Chapter 1488. Looking at the scene in front of him, the dense and mighty army of Shang province and the ferocious beast tide was definitely not the result that Dongli Chihuang had expected. Dongli Chihuang had never thought that Du Xiaofu would be able to summon so many terrifying helpers. However, at this moment, the commotion in front of the Great Will sect seemed to have yet to completely subside. Far in front of them, there were waves once again, causing many experts to raise their eyebrows. Walala! In the distant sky, from the vast and mighty army in ferocious aura, a flowery fragrance suddenly filled the air. The fragrance of the flowers spread with the wind, causing those who smelled it to feel relaxed and happy. At the same time, from the sky in front of them, countless petals fell down along with dazzling and resplendent runes. As they got closer, hundreds of figures appeared. When these hundreds of figures appeared, they looked at the densely packed figures in front of the Great Will sect and went straight up to the Great Will sect. These hundreds of figures consisted of men and women, old and young, but all of them had an extraordinary temperament. Those old and middle-aged men each emitted a powerful pressure, causing those who looked at them to feel a sense of extreme danger. Many young men and women stood tall and straight with cold expressions. The aura that faintly emitted from their bodies was also very shocking and fierce. The most eye-catching one was a peerless beauty in front of these hundreds of figures. She wore a lotus-colored gauze robe, with silver strands of hair tied up. Faint runes fluctuated around her, as if there was a mist around her. Her skin was sparkling like snow. The beauty's eyes were full of charm, causing many men to be dazed, as if their souls had been sucked out. She's here. In the world society, the 18 heavenly guards looked at the peerless beauty, and their expressions changed. In the various major forces of Shang province, in the various mountain sects of the central province, Mu Jianchen, Jiuling, Jiang Ruoling and the others were looking at the peerless beauty with astonishment in their eyes. She's here. Yi Piaoling raised his head and looked at the peerless beauty. His pitch-black eyes moved slightly, and his thin lips curled up. I, Hua Zimo, am one of the 12 godly heroes. The demon king Du Xiaofu is the leader of the 12 godly heroes. Our qi is connected, and we lead the 100-flower gate to help. Hua Zimo opened her mouth and opened her mouth. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and spread throughout the Great Luan sect. So she is 100 Flowers Gate's Hua Zimo, one of the 12 heroes. Many people's expressions changed. The names of the 12 godly heroes had already spread throughout Kyushu. 100 Charming Thousand Tender Flower Zimo, the proud daughter of Wanzhou's 100 Flowers Gate. Rumor has it that her natural beauty is astonishing and she is as beautiful as a fairy. At this moment, when the crowd saw her personally, many men were boiling with excitement. Her beauty and temperament caused ordinary men to simply not dare to approach her. Ha! Thunder State's Heavenly Thunder Fortress's 12 heroes, Mu Qingge, has come to assist the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Boom! Almost at the same time as Hua Zimo's voice fell, in front of the Great Luan sect, there was a thunderous laughter. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, bringing with it lightning and thunder. U State's Snow City's Wind City's 12 heroes, Foam Wuxia, has come to assist the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Cloud State's Heavenly Music sect's 12 heroes, Yuzheng Tongxian, has come to assist the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Ning State's Golden Spear Gate's 12 heroes, Bailey Wuya, has come to assist the Demon King Du Xiaofu. One after another, shouts spread in all directions. Following the arrival of 100 Flowers Gate's Hua Zimo, another 4 terrifying groups of people appeared. A thin and slender youth led a terrifying group of people up to the Great Luan sect. He was not very old, and his body was rippling with lightning. His shoulder-length brown hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were deep and full of spirit, as if there was lightning flickering in his pupils. He was one of the 12 heroes, Lei State's Heavenly Thunder Fort's Mu Qingge. A purple-haired man stepped out. His face was extremely beautiful, his eyebrows were like willows, his body was like jade, and his long purple hair draped behind his neck. It was enough to move the hearts of countless women. He was also one of the 12 heroes, State's Snow City's Foam Wuxia. A woman whose beauty and temperament did not lose out to Hua Zimo crossed the space and leaped onto the Great Luan sect. Her face was delicate and elegant, so refined that it did not have the slightest trace of the mortal world. Her white pleated skirt fluttered in the wind. The woman stood in the air. She looked quiet and elegant, like a budding hibiscus, untainted by even a speck of dust. However, if one looked carefully, the aura on her body was terrifyingly powerful. Especially her pair of beautiful eyes, they were like black holes. If one looked into them, their soul would be sucked away. She was also one of the 12 heroes, Cloud State's heavenly music sect's Yuzheng Tongxian. Finally, a man with a golden spear led a terrifying group of people up to the Great Luan sect. He looked to be about 26 or 28 years old. His facial features were as if they were carved by a knife, and his entire body emitted a fierce aura. He was once one of the 12 heroes in Tianhuang mainland, Bailey Wuya of Ning State's Golden Spear sect. These extraordinary young men and women in Kyushu came forward. Their voices echoed in the Great Luan sect, resounding in all directions. At this moment, billions of people, especially the younger generation of the various major forces, heard the voices reverberating in the air. Their blood could not help but surge, and their hearts could not help but boil. The 12 heroes, although they were from Tianhuang mainland, represented the strongest existence of the younger generation in Kyushu. Dongli Qi Huang was one of them. At this moment, a few of the 12 heroes appeared one after another. They were all here to help the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, how magnificent was he! One of the 12 heroes, Shangguan Qi Xian, known as the Zither Demon. Inside the world society, the Zither Demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, could not hold back as he looked at the people who were once as famous as him. He flew out and faced Bailey Wuya, Yuzheng Tongxian, Foam Wuxia, Mu Qingge, Mu Jianchen, and the others from afar. Their voices were mighty and spread in all directions. However, the Zither Demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, glanced at Mu Qingge, Mu Jianchen, and Bailey Wuya. He smiled helplessly and said, "Sorry, I joined the world society long ago." Hearing this, Bailey Wuya, Mu Jianchen, Mu Qingge, Yuzheng Tongxian, and the others could not help but roll their eyes at the Zither Demon. Looking at the reinforcements coming from all directions, Du Xiaofu did not even send out a request for help. In Tianhuang mainland, these people only regarded him as the leader of the 12 heroes. At this moment, they had crossed over thousands of miles to come and help. At this moment, the blood in his heart was boiling. I, Du Xiaofu, am here. Many thanks to everyone. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists. Golden light surged from his body and his aura caused the clouds to move. You are the leader of us. We are of the same breath and branch. Those who touch us will be destroyed. Mu Qingge spoke. Lightning flashed on her body and her voice was like thunder. It contained a domineering and powerful aura. Big sister, what should we do now? What should we do? Qing Chao quietly retreated to Qing Xingnan's side. His body was trembling. At this moment, under the terrifying lineup of the Great Will sect, even his primordial spirit was trembling. Qing Xingnan glanced at Qing Chao, who was beside her. There was a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She did not say anything. Then, she raised her head slightly and looked at the purple-robed young man in front of her. At this moment, even the strongest existences in the 9 states had to acknowledge him as their leader. He had even caused the easternly red phoenix to lose its luster. Everything that used to be related to her was no longer the same, but the people had changed. Reinforcements from all directions. They are the reinforcements of our Huang country. The Rock Emperor raised his arm and called for Kyushu to come and help strengthen our Huang country. Those who offend our Huang country will pay with blood. Today, we will wash the Great Will sect with blood. Within the Huang country's army, countless people raised their arms and shouted. Their eyes were burning with passion. The sound waves gathered and rushed into the sea of clouds, surging through the 9 heavens. On the Great Will sect, everyone was trembling as they looked at the purple-robed man in the sky. He had once subdued Kyushu's peers and made them respect him as their leader. At this moment, he raised his arm and called for Kyushu to come and help. What kind of transcendence was this? That is my disciple. Since he came from Shur City, he has come all the way to this point. I am satisfied with my life. Elder Gu Qingyang's white robe fluttered in the wind. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, at this moment, hot tears appeared in his eyes. Las Shui was right. Within the Xian Talisman sect, Nanli Hun raised his head and looked at the purple-robed man in the sky. He was filled with emotions. The rumored ferocious young man was not only powerful, but he also had a kind of charisma. Now that Kyushu had come to help, it was not as simple as strength and talent. More importantly, it required a sufficient charisma. The various forces on the Great Will sect looked at the purple-robed man in Dongli Chihuang. Suddenly, they felt that the legendary nirvana of a sovereign was nothing. Standing in front of the purple-robed man, the light on Dongli Chihuang's body dimmed. Why, Dongli Chihuang spat out another mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He was in a daze. Dongli Chihuang did not understand. He was puzzled. As a nirvana of a sovereign, his future was limitless and he could reach the peak in the future. But now, Dongli Chihuang could not understand why the various forces would abandon him, a nirvana sovereign, and join Du Xiaofu's side. He had reincarnated and lived 2 lives, but he could not defeat that kid. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix was unwilling to accept this. This time, his nirvana of a sovereign was enough to stand proudly at the peak of middle ground. He was comparable to the legendary existence. Dongli Chihuang originally thought that he could change everything. He could rope in everyone and easily trample that kid to death. In front of his nirvana of a sovereign, that kid was destined to be a stepping stone. But Dongli Chihuang did not expect that his nirvana of a sovereign would be abused continuously. First, Cheng Shengnan wanted to break off the engagement. Then, he was trampled by the mysterious Beastman and Du Xiaoyao. In the end, even the various major forces did not take his nirvana stage sovereign seriously, and they all submitted to that brat one after another. How could Dongli Chihuang be willing to accept all this? How could he not be resentful? I hate it. Dongli Chihuang lamented in his heart. He was furious and his eyes were bloodshot. Not good, this is not good. At this moment, Anlingya, Shi Longduan, and the others' expressions changed. They were already in despair when facing so many forces. They did not expect that in the end, even the Sky Thunder Fortress, Snow City, Heavenly Music Sect, 100 Flowers Sect, and Golden Spear Sect would join in the fun. One must know that these forces of the Sky Thunder Fortress were definitely not inferior to the Great Luan Sect and Sky Snake Sect. They were all equally famous. Although Hua Zimo, Bailey Wuya, Mu Qingga, and the others were from the younger generation, their status in the sect was very high. However, the status of these young people in the Mountain Gate was very high. Their attitude undoubtedly represented the attitude of the entire Mountain Gate behind them. It was the tacit approval of the Mountain Gate behind them. Otherwise, they would not have brought so many experts here. This is the Great Luan Sect. Don't you think it's a little rude to come to our sect? Don't tell me you don't put our Great Luan Sect in your eyes. Finally, someone from the Great Luan Sect could not bear it anymore. An old man walked out. Runes flickered on his body as if he was enveloped in a halo. His voice was deafening and filled with anger. It's not that we don't put it in our eyes, but we have never looked at it in the eye. Jialo Kai Ling spoke. Her faint golden eyes rippled. Indeed, she had never put the Great Luan Sect in her eyes. What a domineering woman. Hearing Jialo Kai Ling's words, Mu Qingga, Yuzheng Tongxian, and the others were surprised and curious. Do you really think our great Luan sect is easy to bully? That old man was furious. He glared at Jialo Kai Ling as if he was going to spit fire. Then, he looked at the various forces of the great Luan sect and shouted, "Those who have nothing to do with the desolate country's world society, it's not too late to back out now. Our great Luan sect can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, we will activate the sect guarding formation. You talk too much. I'll kill you first." A crisp and moving voice suddenly sounded. It was filled with unparalleled dominance. Like a sudden clap of thunder, a beautiful and alluring figure leaped out. A terrifying aura swept out. It was filled with the aura of a supreme beast, causing everyone to tremble. But I can guarantee that I'll love any girl who has wasted my pen and ink. Chapter 1489. The graceful figure instantly appeared in front of the old man, causing the surrounding space to freeze. The old man's expression changed drastically, but his face also turned gloomy. Clang! At the same time, the aura of the early martial domain realm surged from the old man's body. Dazzling runes were released like holy light and turned into a treasured saber. The saber slashed through the void, revealing a pitch-black spatial crack under the saber light. It was deep and terrifying, and it instantly attacked Jialo Kaling. Jialo Kaling's expression didn't change at all. She simply ignored it. She waved her delicate hand, and a golden light burst out like the sun. It vaguely turned into the wings of a rock. Across the distant space, under everyone's astonished gazes, it directly shattered the saber light that had slashed through the void. Bang! A terrifying golden light then engulfed the old man's body. In just an instant, the old man's eyes were filled with fear for some reason. Then, under the impact of the golden light, his body turned into a bloody mist. With one move, an early martial domain realm cultivator was smashed into pieces. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Goo goo, there was a short moment of silence. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and some people were terrified. The martial domain realm and beast domain realm experts present couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a domineering woman. She is indeed qualified to be domineering. Who is that woman and where did she come from? Countless gazes from all directions were secretly shocked. That beautiful and provocative woman had always been domineering, but she was definitely qualified to be domineering. Smashing a great will sex martial domain stage expert to death with a single move, just how terrifying would his true strength be? Du Xiaofu, Gue Che, Guqin Mo, and the others faintly smiled. They weren't surprised at all. The old man from the Great Will sect had just reached the martial domain realm, and Jialo Kaling had just reached the beast domain realm. However, how could ordinary cultivators of the same level be a match for the golden-winged Great Rock clan? This was especially so for someone like Jialo Kaling, who was one of the top bloodline practitioners of the golden-winged Great Pink Bird's younger generation. Any martial domain realm cultivator who had just entered the martial domain realm would be instantly killed by her. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix regained his senses after a series of unforeseen events. Not far from him, a supreme elder of the Great Will sect was instantly killed. This caused his expression to become cold and sinister. Dongli Qihuang's original magnificent soul and extraordinary temperament were no longer present. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his messy hair fluttered in the wind. An awe-inspiring chill spread out from his body. This is disrespect to my Great Luan sect. You are provoking my Great Luan sect. No matter who you are, you will pay the price today. In an instant, all the experts from the Great Luan sect were enraged. In the Great Luan sect, in front of the 9 regions, right under their noses, a supreme elder was killed in one move. This kind of humiliation and face-slapping had reached the point where the Great Luan sect could no longer tolerate it. The Great Will sect is nothing. Jialo Juyu stepped out and swept his gaze across the experts of the Great Will sect. Although he was a peak Nirvana beast sovereign and hadn't yet reached the beast region, he was still arrogant when facing the beast region cultivators of the Great Will sect. It was just like how the disciples of the Great Will sect didn't put the rogue cultivators and small forces in their eyes. However, Jialo Juyu's expression was even more domineering and arrogant. "You're so young and yet you're so arrogant. Even if you're from a large clan in the beast region, this is the Great Will sect. You can't behave so atrociously," shouted a middle-aged man from the Great Will sect. His aura was surging violently. He was a sealed domain realm cultivator. As he spoke, he used his terrifying sealed domain realm aura to attack Jialo Juyu. He wanted to deal with Jialo Juyu. Is the Great Will sect used to being shameless? Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Jialo Juyu. A formless aura swept out from his body and knocked back the middle-aged man's aura. Suddenly, a huge spatial wave appeared in the air. The martial domain realm cultivators and many extraordinaries saw through this formless confrontation. They were surprised by Du Xiaofu's actions. The sealed domain realm middle-aged man from the Great Will sect was also very surprised. "Du Xiaofu, you came to my Great Will sect and brought people to kill my elder. This is a provocation to my Great Will sect," said an old man from the Great Will sect. His eyes were wide open and suffused with a scarlet color. His face was ferocious. However, it wasn't difficult to feel that the old man was very afraid of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu brought such a terrifying lineup to the Great Will sect. This was enough to raise the Great Will sect to the ground. Even if the Great Will sect was able to protect itself today, the prestige and power that the Great Will sect had established in the Middle State for countless years would vanish and their reputation would be ruined. This isn't a provocation. I want the Great Will sect to pay with their blood. Du Xiaofu said plainly. This wasn't a provocation. He was here to collect his debt. Bastard, do you really not put my Great Will sect in your eyes? Do you really think that my Great Will sect is easy to bully? Kid, you will regret it if you don't put my Great Will sect in your eyes. Du Xiaofu's words were overbearing. The group of old men from the Great Will sect could no longer hold back their grievances. A junior from the desolate country's world society that had emerged for less than 10 years was actually suppressing the Great Will sect that had countless years of history. How could they accept this? How could they not tolerate this? A bunch of old fogies are too noisy. It is only right for them to pay with their blood. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with golden light as killing intent flashed across them. He opened his mouth slightly and a voice filled with killing intent resounded throughout the Great Will sect like thunder. You dare to touch my desolate country and kill my disciples. Pay with your blood. Kill. His voice reverberated and the clouds moved in all directions. Rumble, as Du Xiaofu's voice resounded, the warships in front of the desolate country's army roared and released the first terrifying energy attack. Someone activated a sharp technique and charged towards the Great Will sect's Mountain Gate disciples at lightning speed. Dozens of Great Will sect's disciples who were shivering in fear were blasted into a bloody mist. Kill. Roar. Rumble. In an instant, a chain reaction occurred. Shouts of killing resounded throughout the Great Will sect. Countless demonic beasts roared and charged towards the Sky Alliance's army in the Middle State like a storm. The warships moved horizontally and the war chariots exploded. The sky outside the Great Will sect started to tremble and explode in a split second. Kill. Annihilate the Great Will sect. The Ancient Heaven sect, Mysterious Talisman sect, Mysterious Underworld sect, Huan School, Savage Beast Tide on the Tianhuang mainland, and dozens of top beast armies in the beast region erupted at the same time. It all happened in an instant. The talisman inscriptions shone brightly and the beasts roared deafeningly. Countless energy attacks, remarkable skills, doctrine weapons, and talisman weapons enveloped the Sky Alliance's army in the Middle State like a storm. Along with it was a ferocious aura that suddenly spread. Rumble, the ground shook and cracked. Mountains collapsed and huge waves were stirred up in the space. The sky was filled with talisman inscriptions. A great battle was about to break out. Bang! 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 The Sky Alliance's army in the Middle State, who had been in shock, was immediately blasted into a bloody mist. They exploded in mid-air and turned into ashes. Defend! Quickly set up a defensive formation. The experts in the Sky Alliance's army in the Middle State shouted. The Sky Alliance's army in the Middle State immediately recovered from the shock and set up a defensive formation. However, the Sky Alliance's army in the Middle State had no way of defending against the attacks of the savage beasts on the Tianhuang mainland, the Sky Beast Hall's army in the Beast region, and dozens of powerful beasts on the Heavenly Beast ranking. Instantly, a large number of the Sky Alliance's army in the Middle State were unable to withstand the attacks. They vomited blood and flew into the air. Some of them were smashed into pieces and devoured by the beasts. The Sky Alliance's warships were also smashed into pieces by the huge beasts. The chariots were also crushed. The ferocious beast army was undefeatable and unstoppable. The ferocious beasts roared ferociously and crushed mountains and rivers. The ferocious birds flapped their wings to form storms and overturn space. The earth-shattering attacks were enough to make the Sky Alliance's army in the Middle State tremble in fear. They were unable to resist. The armies of the Mysterious Underworld Sect, Mysterious Talisman Sect, Ancient Heaven Sect, Wasteland Countries World Society, and Hahuan School followed behind the Beast Army. They swept through everything in their way. In just one exchange, the earth outside the Great Wolf Sect was already shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The sky was densely covered with runes. Blood splattered and screams of agony could be heard. The Sky Alliance of the Middle State was no match for them. Blood for blood. Kill. The Wasteland Countries World Society's army had been bullied by the evil Purifying Alliance at the Middle State's Long River. At this moment, they were killing fiercely. They rushed into the Sky Alliance's army and killed their enemies. The eruption of the Great Army immediately created a terrifying and vast battlefield. Rumble, all kinds of superpowers and energy attacks drowned the heavens and the earth. The wind and clouds surged in all directions. There were muffled sounds in the sky and on the ground. Countless figures of the Sky Alliance's army in the Middle State were drowned in the energy. They disappeared and their souls were destroyed. Those who offend the World Society, kill. Gu Zhongyu stood in the air and waved his hand. Countless puppet armies appeared and rushed into the Sky Alliance's army. As soon as the killing machines appeared, the Sky Alliance of the Middle State was frightened. They were in no hurry to retreat. They had already suffered a great loss from the puppet army at the Middle State's Long River. Kill. The disciples of the Du family, Du Yu, Du Shui, Du Hao, and the generals of the Tianwu Academy, Gu Xinyan, Li Yuxiao, and the others attacked. Rumble, these terrifying youths flew out. Runes shone brightly as dark clouds gathered. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sky was filled with thunderbolts. When these guys attacked, it was a nightmare for the Sky Alliance's army. No one could stop them. Some of the extraordinary youths of the Great Luan Sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Snake Sect in the Middle States Heaven Alliance were like lambs in a tiger's den when they encountered Du Yu, Du Shui, the generals, and Gu Xinyan. The screams were drowned out by the sound of the explosion. The battlefield was in chaos. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. It was extremely tragic. Bastard, do you really think that the Great Luan Sect can't handle this? Activate the array, activate the array. An elder of the Great Luan Sect shouted. His voice was sharp and resentful. The expressions of many experts in the Sky Snake Sect and Spirit Sky Valley changed. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. It came from the depths of the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying aura descended from the Great Will sect as if it was from the 9 heavens. Chapter 1490. That aura seemed to have traveled across time and space to descend, causing a divine halo to appear in the sky above the Great Lewin sect. It was as if a peerless existence had torn the sky apart and was about to cross over from the ancient world. Streaks of resplendent light descended from the sky as if they had spread out for thousands of kilometers. They were accompanied by a terrifying and mysterious power. Rumble, at that moment, the ground inside and outside the Great Lewin sect could not withstand the terrifying and mysterious power and collapsed. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the sky. The light shrouded and turned into thousands of huge light pillars, descending inside and outside the Great Lewin sect. It enveloped the core of the Great Lewin sect and vaguely formed a terrifying array. Under the terrifying power, the mountains and rivers collapsed and the rivers moved. Rumble, a black abyss appeared on the ground. Under such terrifying power, the desolate country's army, the savage beasts of the Tianhuang continent, the demonic beast army, the battleships and youths of the profound talisman sect were greatly affected and turned into blood mist. Spirit Sky Valley, Sky Snake sect, what are you waiting for? Activate the array. Looking at the countless light pillars descending from the sky, Dongli Chihuang raised his head. His eyes were cold as his gloomy voice resounded through the clouds. Activate the array. Within Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Snake sect, an expert suddenly shouted, shaking the clouds. Activate the array. In the blink of an eye, hidden experts from the Heavenly Snake sect's army in the Spirit Heaven Valley suddenly leaped into the air, thousands of miles away from the Great Will sect. They formed hand seals at the same time, and some of them held secret treasures. They vaguely formed a mysterious angle and activated the array flags that had been set up long ago. Sky Snake Array. Within the Sky Snake sect's army, many experts shouted and activated the array. Suddenly, a vast amount of energy surged out from the sky, causing the wind and clouds to surge and the world to riot. In mid-air, a massive array that spanned several thousand kilometers appeared in mid-air. Roar! Roar! It was a terrifying array that almost enveloped the entire Sky Snake sect's army. A light barrier covered it and vaguely formed the shadow of a huge black serpent. The huge black serpent shadow spanned thousands of miles across the sky. The visual impact was shocking. At this moment, the frightening pressure that was being emitted from the enormous black snake formation that spanned thousands of miles caused the expressions of the martial domain experts, who could vaguely see from the Great Will sect, to change. Sky Slaughter Formation. At the same time that the Black Snake Formation appeared, many hidden powerhouses rushed out from Spirit Heaven Valley's army. They let out heaven-shaking roars and activated a huge formation that also covered thousands of kilometers in the sky. Rumble, when this formation appeared, its might was no less than that of the giant Black Snake Formation. Its might was terrifying, and it covered a radius of several thousand miles. It appeared in a way that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Bang 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 bang, in the blink of an eye, the Desolate Nation, Ancient Heaven Sect, and other armies, as well as the Beast Tide, who were trapped by the Sky Snake Sect and Spirit Sky Valley's armies, exploded under the formless pressure. In both the Dark Underworld Sect and Spirit Heaven Valley, there were powerful cultivators controlling the formation and starting to kill in all directions. The Desolate Nation's World Assembly, Ancient Heaven Sect, Profound Talisman Sect, and Dark Underworld Sect had people who died one after another. The Sky Snake Sect's 10 Directions Sky Snake Formation and Spirit Heaven Valley's Sky Slaughter Formation are the two sects' protective formations. They were secretly moved to the Great Will Sect. Many elders in the Great Will Sect, Ancient Heaven Sect, Profound Talisman Sect, Dark Underworld Sect, and Boundless Sect exclaimed in shock. Seeing the two huge formations set up by the Sky Snake Sect and Spirit Heaven Valley outside the distorted space above the Great Will Sect, the martial domain experts gasped. No one expected the Sky Snake sect and Spirit Heaven Valley to move their sect's protective formations to the Great Will sect. This was definitely a premeditated plan by the Great Will sect to capture the Desolate Nation, Profound Talisman sect, and Ancient Heaven sect in one fell swoop. The Sky Slaughter formation is the Spirit Heaven Valley's protective formation. It is a set of formations refined by the ancestors of the Spirit Heaven Valley using countless resources. It is slightly different from the formations set up by the Talisman Masters themselves. It is a fixed protective formation that can be moved. The 10-direction Sky Snake formation is the Sky Snake sect's protective formation. It is said that it was refined from the bones of 9 ancient sky snakes and the mysterious bones of yellow mulberry. Back then, the Sky Snake sect relied on this 10-direction Sky Snake formation to kill many of the top cultivators in the Central Plains and intimidate the entire Central Plains. It is said that these two formations can even kill cultivators of the Great Domain Realm. Even cultivators of the Boundary Realm can only protect themselves if they are trapped in them. The Sacred Array child Jin Qingchun looked ahead and frowned. His expression suddenly became serious as he said to Du Xiaofu, "I have always wanted to study these two formations, but I never had the chance to get close. Give me some time and I will definitely be able to break them. However, it is too late now. Our army is unstoppable and will be killed." As expected, they were prepared. Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly became serious. They were not afraid of the formation, but the desolate country's army was trapped within and could not escape from the trap. "I can also break the formation, but I will have to pay a price. However, I will need some time," Du Xiaoyao said. Golden light surged from her eyes and her spirit eyes released light. Rumble. As Du Xiaoyao's voice fell, the Great Will sect, which had been shaking and cracking the ground, began to tremble even more. Endless light streaked across space and time from the sky dome. Endless pressure filled the air and distorted the void for thousands of miles. An ancient aura filled the air. Just as the Spirit Heaven Valley and the Sky Snake sect's formations were formed, it also turned into a terrifying formation that covered the sky. The Great Will sect is setting up a formation. Retreat quickly. Jin Qingchun shouted. His voice shook everyone's ears. At this moment, there was no need for Jin Qingchun to shout. Whether it was Du Xiaofu's formation or the experts from the immeasurable sect who came to watch the ceremony, they had already sensed that something was wrong and immediately tried their best to escape. Some brought their sect's disciples and flew away. There were also experts who waved their hands and tore the space apart to escape. There were even experts who sensed that something was wrong. They activated their secret treasures and other treasures in their bodies, wanting to escape immediately. No one wanted to be trapped in the Great Will sect's formation. Even the immeasurable sect and other forces who came to watch the ceremony did not want to be trapped in it. Who knew what would happen then? It was a pity that the formation had already been activated. The surrounding heaven and earth energy was already in chaos. The experts who tore the space apart to escape were also affected and could not tear the space apart much. The experts who fled in the air were also affected and could not travel thousands of miles in an instant. The Great Will sect was already prepared and had calculated everything. How could they let anyone escape? In an instant, the formation took shape. The sky was filled with runes and sacred light. Accompanied by the rotation of the sun, moon, and stars, flowers, birds, insects, grass, and thousands of beasts appeared. This scene was incomparably terrifying. It erupted with endless killing intent. Under this terrifying formation, even the martial domain realm experts were terrified and their hair stood on end. Everyone was blocked and could not leave. The martial domain realm experts who were trapped in the distorted formation also had a change in expression. The disciples who were not strong enough were immediately protected by the experts of their respective sections. However, their expressions all changed. This terrifying formation made the martial domain realm experts of the various forces unable to protect themselves. They were instantly trapped in it. This terrifying array was enough to kill even a martial domain realm expert. Du Xiaofu wanted to leave with his people, but he was immediately blocked. Su Muxin, Mu Jianchen, Sima Taxing, Sky Desolation Leopard, Yujing Tongxian, and Bailey Wuya did not escape. They were all blocked and trapped at the edge of the formation. This is not good. It's the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, the Great Will Sect's protective formation. Rumor has it that the Great Will Sect obtained it from a mysterious place. It is even more powerful than the Sky Slaughter formation and the ancient Heavenly Serpent formation. Back then, I went to the Great Will Sect to set up a formation in hopes of drawing out this reincarnation Heavenly Slaughter formation to comprehend it. However, my wish did not come true. The Sacred Array child Jin Qingchun spoke. His expression became more and more serious. He was a formation expert, so he knew how terrifying this reincarnation Heavenly Slaughter formation was. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Qingchun waved his hand. A small pagoda floated out of his hand and immediately expanded to the size of a few hundred feet. This pagoda was filled with an ancient aura. There were many ancient engravings and runes engraved on it. It was very mysterious and powerful. It was also shrouded in mist. This was the small pagoda that Jin Qingchun hid in when he was in his primordial spirit body. Let them in. This pagoda can protect us. I will think of a way to break the formation. Or Du Xiaoyao can take us out and think of another way. The Sacred Array child Jin Qingchun did not hesitate. He stood in the air and activated the pagoda. He stood in the air and faced the terrifying formation. His eyes were like divine lamps, releasing a terrifying and confident light. The Sacred Array child was not an undeserved reputation. His attainments and formations were extraordinary. It was just that Jin Qingchun also needed time to study this kind of grand array now. In the battle, the Sacred Array child Jin Qingchun's expression was very serious. This was because he was in the middle of a battle and did not have much time to study how to break the formation. Boom, 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 at the same time, when Jin Qingchun activated the small pagoda in his hand, experts from the Saman Sword Sect, Golden Spear Sect, 100 Flower Gate, Ancient Heaven Sect, Mysterious Underworld Sect, Mysterious Talisman Sect, and other forces all activated their mysterious and ancient secret treasures. They formed their own space. If they felt that something was wrong, they would immediately hide in it. They definitely would not be completely unprepared when they entered the Great Luen Sect. They more or less had some means of self-protection. Otherwise, how could they enter someone else's nest so easily? Those secret treasures were the most precious treasures of the various forces. Even the experts from the Boundless Sect, the Intelligent Sword Sect, and the Xiandu Gate had powerful secret treasures. It was obvious that they had entered the Great Luen Sect to watch the show. They were also on guard against the Great Luen Sect. Keek, you want to escape? None of you can escape. Since you dare to enter the Great Luen Sect, you must pay the price. Do you really think that the Great Luen Sect is easy to break into? Amidst the resplendent light, the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix appeared once more. She was wrapped in runes, and her hair danced wildly in the wind. She swept her gaze over everyone who was currently trapped within the formation. She sneered endlessly, and her eyes were cold. Chapter 1491. Dongli Qi Huang, what is the meaning of this? Does the Great Luen Sect want to kill all of Kyushu? An elder from the Intellect Sword Sect, Ancient Fist Sect, and the other factions immediately shouted, his eyes shining brightly. Everyone, you have nothing to do with Du Xiaofu. Don't worry. My Great Luen Sect will not do anything to you. Dongli Qi Huang sneered as he looked at Du Xiaofu and the others. Hearing this, the people from the Ancient Fist Sect, Heavenly Blade Sect, Boundless Sect, and the other factions relaxed. However, the experts from the Ancient Fist Sect and Boundless Sect didn't let down their guard. Just the pressure from the formation alone would cause their disciples to explode if they didn't have the protection of a martial domain realm cultivator. They had no choice but to be on guard. I'll say it one more time. My Great Luan sect will let bygones be bygones if you draw a clear line with Du Xiaofu. I only want to deal with Du Xiaofu. Dongli Qihuang sneered as he looked at the people around Du Xiaofu. The Great Luan sect, the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Serpent sect, the three major forces had set up three great arrays that were foolproof. Even if the hidden old men of the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect came, they wouldn't be able to save the desolate country, the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect from being wiped out. However, Dongli Qihuang hadn't expected Kyushu to come from the Beast region. If it wasn't necessary, Dongli Qihuang naturally didn't want to become enemies with the Saman Sword sect, Heavenly Note sect, and the others. After all, Mu Jianchen, Mu Qingge, and the others still had the support of the older generation of experts. If Mu Qingge, Mu Jianchen, and the others were all killed in the Great Luan sect, the older generation of those sects wouldn't let the matter rest. This was what the Great Luan sect didn't want to see. Do you think a great formation can scare Kyushu? Bailey Wuxia stood with his spear in hand, his aura sharp and fierce. The Golden Spear sect also had secret treasures accompanying them. Even if they couldn't break the array, they could at least protect themselves for a while. Do you have the ability to kill all of us? Dongli Qihuang, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Mu Jianchen straightened his body, and sword phantoms circled around his body. Back then in the sealed ancient land, the evil devil had awakened. Even in that terrifying formation, the demon king Du Xiaofu was still unharmed. Mu Jianchen believed that although the Great Luan sect's formation was powerful, with the demon king Du Xiaofu's personality, how could he enter the Great Luan sect without any preparations? Mu Jianchen had an indescribable confidence in Du Xiaofu. Moreover, how could Mu Jianchen, as the alliance leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance in Shang Province, give face to Dongli Qihuang? Humph, then you can't blame me for being ruthless. Dongli Qihuang snorted with an unsightly expression. Mu Jianchen and the others clearly didn't put him in their eyes. If they insisted on joining forces with Du Xiaofu, then he could only solve the problem. If he stayed, there would be even more trouble in the future. Du Xiaofu, the experts of the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect are rushing over, but they will need time. However, even if they arrive, it will be difficult to break the array by force. We can protect ourselves for a while, but the other disciples are still trapped outside by the great formation of the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. Sima Taxing's sound transmission reached Du Xiaofu's ears. The Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect had already informed the strongest experts in their respective mountain sections. For this trip to the Great Will sect, the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect naturally needed to be cautious and make many preparations. However, there were also many disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect in the great army outside. Once the entire army was annihilated, it would be a devastating blow to the great mountain sections. It would be equivalent to a loss of fortune, which would affect their prosperity for thousands of years. At that time, no one could predict what would happen in the great mountain sects during the thousands of years of insufficient fortune. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's expression became incomparably solemn. This time, Du Xiaofu dared to go to the Great Luan sect's mountain gate because he was prepared and confident. After going to the Great Luan sect's mountain gate, Du Xiaofu already knew that he wasn't most afraid of the Great Luan sect's experts. He had the fourth elder Jialo Yi and the fifth elder Jialo Yuantu behind him. Presumably, the experts of the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect would also come, and they would definitely be able to deal with it. What Du Xiaofu was most afraid of was that the Great Luan sect would set up a great formation to capture them all in one fell swoop. How could the dignified Great Luan sect not have a terrifying protective formation? However, since it was the Great Luan sect, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to go. Those who offended the desolate country naturally had to pay with their blood. With Du Xiaoyao, the ancient desolate space, and his meridian soul talent, Du Xiaofu was very clear that if there were any unforeseen circumstances, he would be able to lead everyone out of the formation and escape. These ordinary formations wouldn't be a problem for Du Xiaoyao and himself. It was precisely because of his vigilance and confidence that Du Xiaofu led the experts up to the Great Luan sect. However, he stopped the army outside the Great Luan sect's mountain gate and didn't immediately attack. What Du Xiaofu didn't expect was that the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Serpent sect would pay such a price this time and move their respective protective formations over. They wanted to annihilate the desolate country, the ancient heaven sect, and the profound talisman sect. Right now, they should be able to defend themselves. The ones in the most danger were the desolate country, the ancient heaven sect, the profound talisman sect, the profound underworld sect, and the Hehuan school. Ah! Screams of agony came from outside the Great Luan sect and spread into the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation. There were continuous screams of agony as blood mist poured out and countless soldiers exploded one after another. We need to get out as soon as possible and help the army outside, Du Xiaofu said in a low voice. His expression was getting more and more serious. If they couldn't break the formation, then the army outside would really be annihilated. The people of the Du family, the disciples of the desolate country, and the disciples of the world society would all be wiped out. You want to leave? Du Xiaofu, you can stop dreaming. Today, you are destined to die. Inside the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, all of you will die. No one will be able to survive. Dongli Qi Huang floated in the air, surrounded by resplendent light. At this moment, inside the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, his eyes began to shine again. His spirit was gorgeous, carrying a morbid, gloomy, and extraordinary aura. You deserve to die. Du Xiaofu spat out these three simple words one by one. However, they burst out from the gaps of his teeth. His eyes shone with a resplendent golden light as his voice shook the void. Ha ha ha. Dongli Qi Huang laughed maniacally. His laughter was deafening, causing the void inside the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation to distort, causing the expert's eardrums to hurt. Suddenly, he restrained his laughter, and his gaze was cold like a bolt of lightning. He looked straight at Du Xiaofu and said in a ghastly and cold voice, "You're already at death's door, so what qualifications do you have to be arrogant before me? Relying on the demonic beasts beside you?" Dongli Qi Huang paused for a moment. He looked at Jialo Jueyu and Du Xiaoyao with a hint of fear in his heart. However, his gaze became even colder, and his expression became even crazier. He continued to shout at Du Xiaofu, "I have reincarnated. In this life, I am the saint. With the comprehension and accumulation of my previous life, as well as the training and opportunities of this life, I am the supreme nirvana. You are just a brat who walked out of a small stone city. How can you be compared to me? You have never had this right. You are just my stepping stone." His words were like thunder, resounding throughout the Great Will sect. Dongli Qi Huang laughed. These words were directed at Du Xiaofu, and also at Qing Xingnan, who was far behind him. Dongli Qi Huang was venting all the resentment and unwillingness in his heart. He was so extraordinary. He was the strongest existence among the younger generation. The supreme nirvana had already proved everything. He had lived 2 lives and had never cared about other women. However, he was infatuated with Qing Xingnan. Why did Qing Xingnan not care about him and want to break off the engagement with him? Qing Xingnan told him that she had already cut off her worldly desires. However, Dongli Qi Huang clearly saw that when Du Xiaofu appeared, Qing Xingnan's eyes rippled. Dongli Qi Huang had never seen that kind of gaze. However, she had never let him see it when she looked at someone who had destroyed his empire and killed her Qing family. To Dongli Qi Huang, that feeling was even more unbearable than when Du Xiaoyao and that mysterious young man from the beast race had defeated him in one move. Reincarnation is just a remnant soul taking advantage of the opportunity to revive. At most, you were a loser in your previous life. In this life, you are not living an ignoble life, but you have provoked me time and time again. You have touched my disciples and hurt my friends. Today, I will not let you live. Du Xiaofu stepped out. He was very anxious and his eyes were gloomy. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. Although his eyes were bright, it was as if a golden-winged rock was about to fly out. At this time, Du Xiaofu was thinking that he might have a chance to reverse the situation after he defeated Dongli Qihuang. Moreover, this Dongli Qihuang in front of him could not be allowed to live today. Do you think you still have a chance? Do you think you can do anything to me just because you have roped in some people to join my Great Luan sect? Laughable, truly laughable. You are just a brat from a small stone city, an ant from the border. Even if you have obtained a great opportunity, what can you change? You don't know how strong my Great Luan sect is. You don't know how much foundation my Great Luan sect has. Putting everything aside, I have the entire Great Luan sect and countless years of foundation. What do you have? What do you have that can be compared to me? You are no longer qualified. Dongli Qihuang said in a loud and gloomy voice. She was extremely eerie. Her cold eyes swept across the many figures around Du Xiaofu. She gritted her teeth and said in a loud and cold voice, "Now, all of you can die." Rumble, as Dongli Qihuang finished speaking, the void in the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation suddenly trembled. Dongli Qihuang seemed to have activated something. In the terrifying formation, the pressure intensified and light poured down as if it was going to bring people into the reincarnation cycle. Suddenly, in the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, some people's black hair suddenly turned white and their faces turned old. Finally, their bodies withered and turned into ashes. It was as if they had walked into the reincarnation cycle. At the same time, a large area of space suddenly exploded, and some of the experts were instantly blown away. Du Xiaofu wanted to attack immediately and take down Dongli Qihuang first. However, the formation suddenly went berserk. Under the terrifying aura, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, who was sitting cross-legged on the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian, trembled violently. There was a terrifying energy that devoured the energy and vitality of the body. It was pervasive and strange. Jialo Jueyu, Du Xiaoyao, and the others immediately began to defend themselves. Not good, quick, defend. In the face of such an unforeseen event, the secret treasures of the ancient heaven sect, Saman Sword sect, Golden Spear sect, and the other sects buzzed. An expert shouted, wanting to protect his sect's disciples first. At the same time, the world suddenly began to tremble. From within the terrifying formation, one could see that in the distant sky outside the Great Luan sect, golden light descended like a sun. At the same time, a loud shout resounded through the sky. Who says he doesn't have the right? What's the Great Luan sect? Behind him, even the master of the Great Luan sect has to be respectful when he sees him. Compared to him, you are not even worth a fart. Chapter 1492. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light shot out from the sky. Rumble, the golden light streaked across the sky with a rumbling sound. Even through the 3 formations, everyone could hear it trembling in their ears. That kind of deafening sound made even the powerhouses cover their ears and have to activate their methods to defend against it. Just the sound alone could ignore the obstruction of the great formations. It was extremely terrifying. In just an instant, 3 huge creatures appeared in the sky amidst the golden light. Wherever the 3 behemoths passed, they truly covered the sky and covered the sun. Their terrifying auras shook the mountains and cracked the ravines, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The dazzling golden light bloomed in the sky, making people unable to look at it directly. Rumble, amidst the terrifying aura, just the 3 huge creatures crossed the sky. How terrifying was that? Inside the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation of the Great Will sect, a martial domain realm expert squinted his eyes and activated his divine ability through the formation. His eyes shone brightly as he tried to pry into the three behemoths descending from the sky. They actually had such a terrifying aura. The three huge creatures instantly appeared in the nearby sky. Each of them crossed an unknown distance. When they flapped their wings, they covered the sky and the sun. The pressure of a supreme being spread out. It was as if three dazzling golden suns had fallen to the mortal world at the same time. Around the three behemoths, the void was crushed and cracked by the pressure. What, that is, some martial domain realm experts activated their divine abilities and looked at each other with the power of their primordial spirit. Some people seemed to have seen the bodies of the three behemoths under the golden light. They could not help but cry out in surprise. Their hearts raced, and their souls trembled. Oh my God, is that clan really coming into being? They are coming into being. They are enough to sweep through the world. Even if the 9 great families encounter them, they will have to avoid them. A martial domain realm expert was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. They are coming into being. Dragons and phoenixes will have to avoid them when they see them. The beast domain realm experts were even more shocked. As beast domain realm experts, they were extremely arrogant. However, when they saw the bodies under the golden light, they immediately showed reverence. The invisible power of the golden light was enough to make their beast souls tremble. They wanted to submit and worship them involuntarily. Only Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kai Ling, Jialo Juekong, and Jialo Jueo were not surprised. Inside the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, Jialo Kai Ling and the others did not show any panic. Because they knew that the Great Will sect could not trap them today. The three huge creatures heavenly slaughter sky. The golden light, the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation of the Great Will sect. The heavenly sky reincarnation appeared in the heavenly reincarnation heavenly great reincarnation slaughter heavenly slaughter of the reincarnation of the three the heavenly slaughter of the heave heavenly slaughter of the heavenly the two huge creatures on both sides landed on the sky slaughter formation of the spirit heaven valley and the ancient sky snake formation of the sky snake sect. Golden light shone in the sky. The golden light shone and the feathers were resplendent. They were 3 incomparably huge golden winged rocks. These were 3 real golden winged rocks. They descended from the sky and crossed the space, covering the sky and the sun. Screech, the rocks screeched, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks. The intense sound waves had already pierced through the void. Walala. The huge golden winged rocks that swooped down on the Spirit Heaven Valley formation flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Under their wings, there was a destructive hurricane energy. The golden wings were like golden divine blades that crossed the space and directly landed on the sky slaughter formation. The huge golden winged rocks that swooped down on the sky snake sect formation flapped their wings and soared into the sky. The claws under their abdomen were curved and flashing with mysterious runes as if they wanted to tear the space apart. The dazzling mysterious runes were like golden lightning that wreaked havoc. Large swathes of space were shattered by the rock claw in a series of rustling noises. The rock's claws were like countless golden lightning snakes that swept out. With an incomparably domineering attitude, they grabbed at the 7 inches of the huge black snake's phantom. Such a terrifying claw print that could destroy the void. Just the pressure that it carried caused fear to flash across the eyes of the ancient giant black serpent formation. In front of the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, the largest golden winged rocks appeared. Its might was also the most terrifying. This golden winged rocks had a pair of golden eyes that shone with a resplendent golden light like golden stars. From its body that covered the sky, a vast and domineering aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. A majestic might spread out, causing even the space to distort. In the surrounding space, a terrifying energy descended from the heavens and the earth. The terrifying energy emitted from it caused the surrounding space to ripple. Its aura was that of a supremacy. The golden-winged rocks directly attacked. They flapped their wings and soared into the sky, charging over with great pressure and ferocity. At this moment, everyone trapped in the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation could feel the terrifying supremacy's aura. This was especially so for the beast race. They immediately wanted to submit and worship it. Open. The golden-winged rocks with the strongest aura soared into the sky and directly crashed into the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation that covered thousands of miles of the Great Will sect. In an instant, vast and mighty energy swept across the sky, causing golden light to splatter everywhere. The golden-winged rocks flapped their wings and broke through the sky. A large area of distorted space suddenly exploded. Rumble, at this moment, the space rumbled non-stop. A shocking aura erupted and shook the sky. The entire reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation trembled. The runes were distorted and then shattered. In the end, it actually cracked. The terrifying reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, the Great Will sect protecting formation, was forcefully broken apart. All the experts widened their eyes in disbelief. However, under the terrifying rock's might, they could feel their souls throbbing. The terrifying supremacy's aura pressed down on everyone, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts. They felt like they wanted to kneel down and worship it. The reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation cracked and exploded just like that. At the same time, the Spirit Heaven Valley's sky slaughter formation was also torn apart by the golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky. The Sky Snake sect's ancient heavenly serpent was in a stalemate within the formation. However, it only lasted for a short while. Then, the golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky also tore apart the void with their claws. The formation completely exploded. The three terrifying formations, the sect-protecting formations of the three major factions, were directly destroyed by the three golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky. These three terrifying golden-winged rocks used the most powerful and domineering method to destroy the three formations. How shocking was this? How tyrannical was this divine might? Rumble, the formation exploded. Heaven and earth rumbled and emitted a Tao sound. It was as if heavenly thunder had exploded and shook the 9 heavens. The terrifying energy shot out like a hurricane that swept in all directions. The shattered runes were endless and swept out like ripples. The formation was destroyed. Within the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, the people who were under the immense pressure were released. The desolate country, profound talisman sect, ancient heavenly sect, and other armies within the ancient heavenly serpent formation and sky slaughter formation were also released. Bang! 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 However, the formation was forcefully destroyed. Under the terrifying shockwaves that swept out, many armies from both sides were affected and their bodies were blown apart. Pft. Pft. Even within the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, there were experts who were heavily injured by the shockwaves because they wanted to protect their sect's disciples. Golden-winged rocks. Those are real golden-winged rocks. The golden-winged rocks have appeared. The supremacy of the demonic beasts has appeared. On the Great Will sect, all the experts looked at the sky. Under the three golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky, all of them had the urge to kneel down. Under the terrifying pressure, the three golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky flapped their wings and circled in the air. They caused the energy of heaven and earth to become chaotic and the world to change. It was as if the space had already been affected by the three golden-winged rocks and was already under their control. Roar! In front of the Great Will sect, countless demonic beasts, including the dozens of experts from the demonic beast clans with extremely high bloodlines and the savage beasts of Tianhuang mainland, were roaring and prostrating under the three golden-winged rocks that blotted out the sky. Looking at the three golden-winged rocks, Dongli Chihuang's shocked expression froze. In the lineup of the Great Will sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Serpent sect, everyone's faces were filled with misery. It was as if they had been shocked into idiots. On the three huge golden-winged rocks, a dazzling golden light spread out in the air. Following that, three figures walked out of the golden light. Three majestic auras filled the air. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. It was fourth elder Jialo Yi and fifth elder Jialo Yuan-tu. There was also an old man with white eyebrows and a beard. The old man was dressed in scholarly robes. His eyes were suffused with a golden glow. He looked around with interest, but it made everyone's soul tremble. These are the experts of the current era. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart palpitate. How could one not be frightened? The golden-winged rocks were a supreme demonic beast clan. Although it was said that in ancient times, the demonic beasts in this world were revered by Qilins, dragons, and phoenixes. However, the golden-winged rocks were definitely not inferior to the other three clans. In this world, there were even other demonic beasts that were rumored to be able to fight against Qilins, dragons, and phoenixes. However, in this world, there were no longer any traces of Qilins. There were too few powerful demonic beast bloodlines, and no one had ever seen them again. They had disappeared in the river of time. Perhaps in the future, those who were fated would have the chance to see them again. Third Elder. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in scholarly robes. He had just broken through the reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation with an incomparably domineering aura. That was the third elder of the golden-winged rocks. Du Xiaofu did not expect that not only Jialo Kaling and Jialo Jueyu, but even the third elder had come. Greetings, third elder. Jialo Kaling, Jialo Jueyu, and dozens of other disciples bowed. You dare to touch the young clan leader of the golden-winged rocks? Kill without mercy. The third elder spoke. He seemed gentle and refined. In the entire golden-winged rocks, his appearance and temperament were the most amiable. However, at this moment, everything was unexpected. At this moment, the third elder was in the sky. His body was fluctuating with golden light, and his aura was about to explode the surrounding space. Golden light surged in his eyes, and his divine might was unparalleled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and Jialo Jueyu of the younger generation immediately flew out. Rumble! Everyone exploded with golden light. It was as if golden suns were suspended in the sea of clouds in the sky. Their auras were extremely domineering. Kill without mercy. The eyes of these young men and women from the great golden-winged Peng clan sparkled with golden light. As the golden light from their bodies spread out like the sun, they directly charged towards the experts from the Great Luan sect, Sky Snake sect, and Spirit Heaven Valley. Screech, the figures of the young men and women flew out and gathered. They directly activated the true form of the golden-winged rocks. In an instant, dozens of golden-winged rocks appeared in the sky. They were shining with golden light, and their feathers were sharp. They were powerful, terrifying, mysterious, and domineering. Dozens of Supreme Beast Clan auras spread out in all directions. It enveloped the entire Great Will sect. Oh no, they are all golden-winged rocks. Heavens, this world is going to be chaotic. This is the birth of the golden-winged rocks. Young clan leader, so the Demon King Du Xiaofu is the young clan leader of the golden-winged rocks. Chapter 1493. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Kill. Du Xiaofu shouted. The formation had been broken. Many of the desolate country's profound talisman sect's army had been killed. This made Du Xiaofu's killing intent surge out. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared on the spot. Kill. The 18 heavenly generals, the Ghost Chariot, the Zither Devil, the Violent Bear King, the Phantom Tiger King, the Fire Dragon King, the Silver Blood Leopard King, the Divine Ape King, and the others were already prepared. Their auras surged, and their ferocious auras erupted. They directly attacked the experts from the Great Will Sect, the Sky Snake Sect, and the Spirit Heaven Valley. Kill. Mu Jianchen, Bailey Wuya, and the others, along with the experts of the major forces, also charged out. The experts of the Ancient Heaven Sect, Profound Talisman Sect, Profound Underworld Sect, and Hehuan School didn't fall behind. Kill. Jialo Kaling shouted. Her beautiful figure surged with golden light, and the void trembled. Her every move was like a rock flapping its wings, sweeping in all directions. Golden energy surged, illuminating the void. Jialo Kaling attacked boldly, killing the experts of the Great Luan Sect, Sky Snake Sect, and Spirit Heaven Valley. Jialo Jueyu swept across the sky, and no one could stop her. The last sealed domain expert of the Great Luan Sect was shocked. He activated a powerful artifact to block Jialo Jueyu's attack. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, the mysterious Wirm King, and the others had all made their moves. All the other domain realm experts also swept out. All the domain realm experts from the various superpowers were enraged when they were trapped by the Heavenly Slaughter formation. Now that the formation was broken, they immediately besieged the domain realm experts from the Great Will Sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Serpent Sect. The battle on the Great Will Sect was between the top experts, and it was on the verge of breaking out. In an instant, a buzzing sound could be heard as the surrounding space shook. Roar, the cries of demonic beasts could be heard. Beast souls could be seen, martial veins could be seen, and demonic beasts could be seen activating their bodies. Countless Dharma artifacts and Tao artifacts could be seen. In this kind of battle, dragon's sword, tigers leaped, eagle's sword, and shattered the sky. Rumble, this kind of confrontation was too terrifying. The vast and vigorous energy collided, and the space was shattered. The runes in the sky shone with a dazzling radiance. The energy caused all living creatures to be alarmed. There were pitch-black spatial cracks everywhere. Bang, 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 a terrifying aura swept across the sky, and a series of thunderous sounds spread across the sky. Chi. In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared above the Sky Snake Sect's army. Killing intent surged in his eyes as a white divine light surged around him. Boom! The moment Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, 35 formation flags floated in the space between his hands, causing the space in front of him to distort like a fried dough twist, but the light was resplendent. Do you like to set up formations? Then let's see who can set up more. 8 Gates Universe Formation. When Du Xiaofu shouted, the 35 formation flags in his palm instantly swept into the sky amidst the sound of wind breaking. A talisman formation that was several thousand feet in size appeared above the Sky Snake Sect's army, covering the sky and the sun. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled. The terrifying aura that spread out from the formation made the Sky Snake Sect's powerhouses who were besieged on the Great Will Sect's side change their expressions. Du Xiaofu had used the 8 Gates Universe formation when he faced the dragons. It was an 8-star Nirvana-level talisman formation. It used the Yin Cold Chimen Duanjia, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces of heaven and earth. It contained various magical powers and mysteries, and was condensed by the universe. Once someone was trapped in the 8 Gates Universe formation, only the Gate of Life would be able to escape. The 8 Gates Universe formation, coupled with the 9 palaces of heaven and earth and the power of the universe, was filled with killing intent and danger. Even if a true martial domain realm powerhouse entered the 4 gates, they would have to pay an absolute price if they wanted to come out. Heavenly Dipper 10,000 Killing Formation. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared thousands of feet away. 35 formation flags formed in his palm and flew up into the sky. Another talisman formation that was thousands of feet wide appeared above the Sky Snake Sect's army. Boom, the sky in front of them suddenly seemed to collapse. A terrifying aura spread out, and many figures soared into the sky. However, these powerhouses isolated their auras outside the space. Their figures instantly flew up into the sky above the sea of clouds. Guyu, Tianfeng, does your ancient sky sect really want to shed all pretenses of cordiality and start a war with us? Huaxi, Leishi, your sky snake sect started the war first. You want to kill my ancient sky sect's disciples? Do you think we're dead? Murong-Gying, Wu Ming, why does your dark underworld sect have to get involved in this mess? Lightning Kid, Sha Hun, everyone knows that your spirit Sky Valley is colluding with the Great Will sect. Why do you pretend you don't know? Let's see who's the real deal. Tian Fu, Tian Hun, you two better think carefully. Is the Dark Talisman sect determined to join forces with the Ancient Sky sect? Huh, you've already formed the Central State Sky Alliance. Can't you see us joining forces? Lei Shi, I defeated you with one move. Today, I, Ru Kuang, am here to fight again. Ru Kuang, you're just a junior. You're not enough. Lei Shi, are you trying to take advantage of your seniority? Is it enough if I join forces with you? Ru Meng, Ru Kuang, you juniors are too presumptuous. Today, I'll make you regret it. Lei Shi, old man, stop trying to scare others. Pray for your sky snake sect. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. The sky was about to collapse. It was a shocking battle between experts who had appeared out of nowhere. Their battle isolated the space, and they had a tacit understanding not to affect the army below. Ordinary martial domain realm cultivators did not have the qualifications to interfere in their battle. Ru Meng and Ru Kuang are here. Murong-Gying is here too. The hidden powerhouses of the Dark Underworld sect are here too. Du Xiaofu stared at the sky, listening to the sounds of the terrifying battle. That was the sound of peak experts from the various sects secretly coming here. The terrifying powerhouses instantly clashed. It was the most intense battle. Fire Dragon Burning Sky Array. Frost Killing Array. Earth Fiend Soul Splitting Array. Thousand Beast Sky Killing Array. After that, Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate at all. His figure shuttled forward again as he shouted. In an unbelievably fast time, several 8-star Nirvana level arrays were set up by Du Xiaofu and thrown into the army of the Central State Sky Alliance. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, setting up an 8-star Nirvana level array was a piece of cake. However, the 8-star Nirvana level array was a nightmare for the army of the Central State Sky Alliance. Du Xiaofu had the intention to kill and had come to collect the blood debt. The Sky Serpent sect, Spirit Sky Valley, Great Will sect, and the other sinister array had completely infuriated Du Xiaofu. He was ready to kill. Rumble, 6 8-star Nirvana talisman formations were thrown into the Heavenly Alliance's army in the Central Plains instantly. Tens of millions of Heavenly Alliance's army were immediately bound and trapped. Countless people's eyes were filled with shock. It was too late for them to escape and they were immediately trapped. The Heavenly Alliance's army of the Central Plains sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hair stood on end as miserable cries rang out. The army of the desolate country and its allies who were trapped in the array were not killed. Under Du Xiaofu's control, there would be no bloodshed. So many Nirvana-level array. This is too abnormal. Seeing Du Xiaofu instantly throw out 6 8-star Nirvana killing formations, which covered the vast space and covered the tens of millions of Central Plains Sky Alliance troops, the experts from the Immeasurable sect and the Intelligent Sword sect, who were watching the commotion from the Great Will sect, all sucked in a breath of cold air. 6 8-star Nirvana killing arrays were instantly set up. Without a martial domain realm expert working together, it would be impossible to break them. No matter how large the army of the Central State Sky Alliance was, it would not be enough. Clearly, the experts of the Immeasurable sect and the Intelligent Sword sect did not expect that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was not only a terrifying martial Dao expert, but also a terrifying talisman master. Even a sealed domain realm 9-star talisman master would find it difficult to throw out so many 8-star Nirvana killing arrays. Throwing out Nirvana-killing arrays one by one was simply too abnormal. What's wrong? You want to break the array? Stay here. Weren't your ancient heavenly serpent array and sky-killing array pretty good? Now, it's your turn. There was a loud shout in the sky that seemed to be breaking apart. Clearly, it was the 6 Nirvana-killing arrays that Du Xiaofu had set up. Even the experts in the Sea of Clouds were alarmed. The experts of the Sky Serpent sect in the Spirit Sky Valley wanted to interfere with setting up the array, but they were immediately stopped by the experts of the Ancient Heaven sect, the Profound Underworld sect, and the Profound Talisman sect. However, this was not the end. The Sacred Array Child Jin Qingchun appeared in the army of the Central State Sky Alliance. Since you like to play with arrays, I'll play with you. Jin Qingchun appeared in the army of the Central State Sky Alliance and threw the mysterious pagoda in his hand into the sky. As Jin Qingchun's hand seals were formed, 66 light pillars shot out from the mysterious pagoda in the sky. Boom! When the 66 light pillars shot down, the heavens and the earth trembled and turned into a vast expanse. The spatial energy was boiling. In the end, the mysterious energy of the heavens and the earth formed a terrifying array. It landed around the Great Will Sect's mountain gate and enveloped an area of countless miles. Oh no, retreat! The experts of the Great Will Sect who were closer to the array immediately retreated. The terrifying power of the array was comparable to the ancient heavenly serpent array of the Profound Underworld sect and the sky-killing array of the Spirit Sky Valley. Retreat! Around the Great Will sect, the Martial Domain Realm and Beast Domain Realm experts who were fighting fiercely didn't dare to be trapped by the formation at this moment and immediately retreated explosively. Boom! The array that Jin Qingchun had set up was completely formed and it still covered many Martial Domain Realm experts. In an instant, the space around the terrifying array collapsed. The light was so bright that it was difficult to see clearly. There was an endless amount of blood chi gushing out from the array as if it was a sea of blood. This is the 6 Will blood-killing array. This terrifying array has appeared once again. Among the immeasurable sex experts who were retreating, an old monk looked at the terrifying array and felt a chill in his heart. Martial uncle, what is the origin of this 6 Will blood-killing array? Ninefold Spirit asked. His eyes flickered as he also felt the terrifying aura of the array. It is one of the most terrifying killing arrays in the world. It is extremely murderous and incomparably bloody. It is rumored that it is ranked 9th among the top 10 killing arrays in the world. Back then, countless ancient experts were rumored to have died in it. The old monk's heart trembled as he said, right now, this 6 Wheels blood-killing formation should only be at the level of a 9 stars sealed region. However, what is terrifying is not the 6 Wheels blood-killing formation at the level of a 9 stars sealed region. It is that this 6 Wheels blood-killing formation can devour the energy of the living beings within the formation for its own use and become stronger together with the formation's controller. When the time comes, it will be strong enough to kill the most powerful cultivators in the world. The 6 Will blood-killing array is actually so terrifying. Upon hearing this, Ninefold Spirit could not help but feel frightened. It was extremely murderous and incomparably bloody. It could even devour the energy of the dead and strengthen the array holder. How could such a terrifying 6 Will blood-killing array not be terrifying? Array Sage Child Jin Qingchun is only at the 9-star initial stage, right? He is actually able to set up the 9-star sealing realm killing array. He is indeed a powerful array master. The old monk exclaimed again. The 6 Will blood-killing array was activated. Murderous aura surged and the runes shone brightly. It was like a terrifying whirlpool of the heavens and the earth, swallowing everything in all directions. Blood-red fog filled the heavens and the earth. It circulated with an ominous aura that corroded one's soul. In an instant, the army of the Sky Alliance in Central Region screamed and wailed. Some martial-honored realm experts from the Great Luan sect and Ling Tian Valley who could not escape in time were swallowed and destroyed like ants. Even the half-domain and true domain realm experts from the Great Luan sect, Sky Snake sect and Ling Tian Valley who were trapped screamed and wailed. Their eyes were filled with fear before they were swallowed and disappeared. The allies who were trapped in the Six Will blood-killing array were then sent out under the control of array sage child Jin Qingchun. They had used up some of their spiritual energy in dark qi, but they were unharmed. What a terrifying array! At this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at the frightening killing formation that Jin Qingchun had activated and sucked in a breath of cold air. He was a little frightened. Compared to this, the few great formations that he had thrown out were somewhat insufficient. Some time ago, Big Brother Jin Qingchun had said that he wanted to refine something. Du Xiaofu guessed that it should be related to this terrifying killing array. The Six Will blood-killing array was a peerless killing array. Not only were the people trapped in the array suppressed and killed, but the people around the array were also swallowed. The 6 Nirvana Talisman arrays that Du Xiaofu had set up were killing the army of the Sky Alliance in Central Region. However, they were not as many as the 6 Will blood-killing array that Jin Qingchun had set up. Ah, save me! Elder, save me! In the army of the Sky Alliance in Central Region, screams and wails were mixed together. It was like the sound of a demon from hell, which made one's hair stand on end. Use the array to break the array and protect yourself. In the army of the Sky Snake sect, Ling Tian Valley in Great Luan sect, there were experts who shouted. Some talisman array masters took action and quickly set up the array. Kill, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared and moved unpredictably. He was as fast as lightning. Wherever he passed, the talisman array masters who had not finished setting up the array were destroyed. Bang bang, the array that had just been set up was immediately destroyed by Du Xiaofu. Kill. On the Great Will sect side, the forces from Shangzhou and the Desolate Country, as well as the experts from the Beast region, the Savage Beast experts from the Tianhuang continent, and the experts from the Hehuan sect all joined the army. They took the lead in attacking the experts and extraordinary young people of the Heaven Alliance's army in the Central Continent. They also took the lead in breaking some of the small formations that the Heaven Alliance had successfully set up. In an instant, a terrifying massacre began. It was definitely a nightmare for the Sky Alliance in Central Region. The experts of the Sky Alliance in Central Region went all out. They used their Dharma weapons, Tao weapons, martial veins and pulse spirits. They were all going all out. However, they could not withstand the terrifying siege at this moment. Moreover, they were only weaker than their peers. They did not have any advantage. Rumble, wherever the younger generation of the Du family passed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It shook the void and dazzling talisman scripts exploded. These extraordinary young experts of the Du family channeled the thunderclouds and occupied the sky. They poured down the power of lightning and killed in all directions. Even the experts of the older generation of the Sky Alliance in Central Region were killed by Du Shui and the others. This terrifying massacre made the blood of the disciples of the Desolate Country, Ancient Heaven sect and Profound Talisman sect boil with excitement. They were taking revenge on the Long River in Central Region. They were taking revenge for their fellow sect members who had died in the river. Chapter 1494. Within a short period of time, the Great Luan sect was in chaos. Experts from all sides were fighting each other. The battlefield of martial domain realm experts was even more shocking. The Great Luan sect, Sky Snake sect, and Spirit Sky Valley sent out all their true experts this time. There were at least 10 to 20 martial domain realm experts from each mountain sect. These domain realm experts were usually in seclusion or traveling around Kyushu to comprehend the heavens and earth in order to improve themselves. They were the reason why these huge mountain sects were not able to do so. As long as they were here, the mountain sects would be able to stand tall. The ordinary people of the 9 prefectures didn't know how deep the heritage of the 9 great forces was. To the ordinary people of the 9 prefectures, an expert of the domain realm was a legendary existence. Countless people wouldn't have the chance to see one in their lifetime. At this moment, the 3 mountain sects of the Middle State Heavenly Alliance had about 50 to 60 domain realm experts. In addition, there were martial domain realm experts among the various large and small forces that had sided with the Middle State Heavenly Alliance. There were no less than 10 of them. However, compared to the reinforcements from the desolate country, the domain realm experts of the Middle State Heavenly Alliance were still suppressed. It was difficult for them to even escape. Seeing the armies of their respective mountain sects being slaughtered, the domain realm experts of the Middle State Heavenly Alliance could not even take care of themselves. They could not help but be enraged and fight. However, in the end, they could only be suppressed and trampled. Dongli Qihuang was also fighting. His opponent was none other than Du Shaoqing, who had activated her true body. The Baifeng divine bird was surrounded by a sea of green and red flames, trapping Dongli Qihuang within. Du Shaoqing used her remarkable ability to suppress Dongli Qihuang and burn him to ashes. However, although Dongli Qihuang was severely injured, he appeared to be very calm under Du Shaoqing's suppression. He allowed the raging flames to burn him, but they could not do anything to him. Dongli Qi had the protection of the Nirvana Sovereign Qi, so he could suppress Du Shaoqing. Are you the Nirvana Sovereign? I can use you to train myself. Jello Juekong urged the huge body of the golden-winged Great Peng to join the battle. Jello Juekong's target was Dongli Qihuang. He wanted to use Dongli Qihuang's strength and talent to temper his own path of cultivation. With his nirvana cultivation, Jello Juekong was able to challenge a nirvana supremacy. He was indeed worthy of being one of the peak younger generation of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Under the combined attacks of Jello Juekong and Du Shaoqing, Dongli Qihuang's supreme nirvana was also blocked. Sima Taxing Star, Nanli Hun, Fairy Yu, Purple Tianzuan, Venerable Golden Rock, Su Muxin, Desolation Leopard, and the others were all attacking with all their might. Jello, Ju Yu, and the others from the golden-winged Great Rocks, Du Yu, and Du Shui from the Du clan, were now shuttling through the battlefield. They were all challenging and killing those of a higher level. At the same level, it was difficult for anyone to be a match for Jialo Jueyu and Du Yu. They could instantly kill their peers from the middle ground Heavenly Alliance like ants. The legendary golden-winged Great Peng clan is truly terrifying. They live up to the legends. They can sweep through anyone at the same level. In the distance, an expert from the intellect sword sect side. When the golden-winged Great Peng clan attacked, no one could stop them. Those youngsters from the Du clan are too terrifying. They all have terrifying lightning martial veins. They can look down on their peers. Killing opponents of a higher level is nothing difficult. In the Boundless sect, several old monks were shocked. They sighed with emotion at the Du clan. Those Yao beasts from the Beast region are also terrifying. They're about to wipe out the core forces of the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance. The experts from the Xiandu Gate were shocked by the Ghost Chariot, Phantom Tiger King, and Ape God King. These terrifying Yao beasts were simply slaughtering their way through. Blood stained the surrounding land. Rumble. The battle shook heaven and earth. There were even sealed domain realm cultivators attacking each other. A sealed domain realm expert from the Sky Snake sect was actually blocking Du Xiaoyao. However, despite his sealed domain realm cultivation and the activation of a treasure, he couldn't do anything to Du Xiaoyao, who had activated her redbone horse monkey body. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. He was increasingly afraid of Du Xiaoyao. Jello Jueyu was also being blocked by a sealed domain realm expert with a treasured sword. Jello Jueyu activated his true body and released a terrifying aura. He didn't fear the sealed domain realm expert at all, forcing him to retreat step by step. Everyone from the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance, retreat. Hurry. From the depths of the Great Will sect's voice, 4 figures shot out like lightning. They descended once more, their radiance dazzling as if divine light had descended from the heavens. They called for the middle ground Heavenly Alliance experts to retreat. They were 4 old men. Their weathered faces looked as if they'd been baptized by the passage of time for 10,000 years. Their auras were powerful and terrifying. As soon as the 4 old men appeared, they immediately released a boundless pressure that pushed back many martial domain realm experts. When the 4 old men forcefully intervened in the battle, many experts from the Ancient Heaven sect, Profound Talisman sect, and Profound Underworld sect coughed up blood the moment they touched them. The ancestors have come out. Kill them. The Great Will sect experts were being suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. When they saw the 4 old men appear, it was as if they'd been injected with a cardiac stimulant. They fought with all their might and closed in on the 4 old men. As soon as the 4 old men appeared, their terrifying auras spread through the void, affecting the domain realm cultivators of the various major factions. They trembled under the aura for no reason. The desolate country's domain realm experts were affected by the trembling aura and were slightly delayed. This allowed the experts from the Sky Alliance of the Central Plains to seize the opportunity to close in on the 4 old men with all their might. Dongli Chihuang also retreated, not bothering with Du Shaoqing in Jialo Juekong. At this moment, Dongli Chihuang's golden hair was disheveled. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with resentment and anger. The battle on the Great Will sect side paused slightly. However, in a short period of time, several domain realm cultivators of the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance had been severely injured. A few of their physical bodies had been destroyed, but their primordial spirits had escaped. On the desolate countryside, only 2 domain realm cultivators had been severely injured by the desolate country's opponents. The other domain realm cultivators were injured, but their injuries weren't serious. 4 terrifying experts. When the 4 experts arrived, Du Xiaofu, who was killing the martial honorables of the various major factions in the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance, sensed the 4 terrifying auras with his sharp primordial spirit. At least 2 of them aren't weaker than Murong Gaiing. They are the ancestors of the Great Will sect, the true foundation of the Great Will sect. After Du Xiaofu had crushed dozens of Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance experts, he stood in mid-air and no one dared to approach him. He was shocked when he saw the 4 auras from the Great Will sect. The aura spread out, causing people to tremble. It could even freeze the void. The foundation that the Great Will sect had accumulated over the years was indeed terrifying. Du Xiaofu secretly sensed that the other 2 elders had powerful auras as well. They were definitely not ordinary martial domains. You have finally come out. 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu, who was high up in the sky, spoke. After the 4 elders arrived, he didn't hesitate. He immediately struck out with his hand, causing golden light to explode. It was overbearing and powerful. A golden handprint condensed and formed. As it rumbled and trembled in the air, it destroyed the space. With a terrifying pressure, it directly slapped towards the 4 old men. Under the terrifying aura, all the domain realm cultivators of the Middle Ground Heavenly Alliance trembled in fear. This expert from the golden-winged Great Rocks was actually so powerful that they felt that they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Golden-winged Rock Clan, do you think that the Great Will sect is easy to bully? Aren't you afraid of Kyushu? One of the 4 elders shouted. Did the Golden-winged Rock Clan think that the Great Will sect was an ant? The Great Will sect was a great sect that had been passed down for a long time. They couldn't be looked down upon. At the same time, the elder waved his hand and activated a secret technique. It turned into an endless light mist and runes that illuminated the sky above the Great Will sect. It blocked the golden light palm print of 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu. Bang! Bang! However, the collision shattered a large area of the void. The elder was directly knocked down by Jialo Yuantu and staggered back. Bang! Almost at the same time, 4th Elder Jialo Yi also struck out. His red hair fluttered in the wind and his skinny body exploded with endless power. Another elder of the Great Will sect rushed out. His aura wasn't weaker than Murong-Gying's. He collided with Elder Jialo Yi. Bang! However, in the end, fourth Elder Jialo Yi slapped the elder to the ground. The place where he landed cracked and exploded. Rumble, the instant the four of them exchanged blows, 2 mountains in the Great Will sect had already collapsed. The cracks on the ground spread into the distance. How can they be so strong? The ancestor is at a disadvantage. The expressions of the domain realm experts in the Great Will sect changed. They were shocked and enraged. How terrifying were the 2 golden-winged rocks. Even the 2 old ancestors were at a disadvantage after just one move. At this moment, the domain realm experts in the Heaven Alliance of the Central State were also afraid. If the 2 experts of the Golden-Winged Rock clan had attacked them, they would have been killed in one blow. Fortunately, the experts of the Golden-Winged Rock clan were very self-conscious and didn't bother to attack them. That's Ancestor Ming Su and Ancestor Dao Su of the Great Will sect. They have lived for thousands of years. I didn't expect them to still be alive. However, they couldn't defeat the experts of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. An elder who was watching the battle from afar revealed the identities of the 2 elders who had been suppressed by Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan-tu. They were the 2 ancestors of the Great Will sect. Some people thought that they had passed away, but they didn't expect them to still be alive and well. Quick, ask the ancestor to wake up. Today is a crisis for the survival of the Great Will sect. It doesn't matter if it affects the seclusion of the ancient clan. The one who had just been forced back by Elder Jialo Yi was Ancestor Ming Su of the Great Will sect. His face was pale, and he looked at Elder Jialo Yi with shock and anger. He immediately spoke without hesitation, wanting to ask the ancient ancestor to wake up. They couldn't resist the 2 experts of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. If the other expert attacked, they wouldn't even have a chance to protect themselves. Today was a crisis for the survival of the Great Will sect. They could only ask the ancestor to come out. Ancestor, is the terrifying existence of the Great Will sect still alive? Far away from the battlefield, among the immeasurable sect, the Hui Sword sect and the other forces, the oldest elder's face suddenly changed. Ancestor, please wake up and kill the enemies of the Great Will sect. In an instant, the remaining 2 elders from the Great Will sect, who were the last to descend, rushed out simultaneously. A drop of strange green essence blood appeared in each of their hands. The blood essence was crystal clear and shining. It was filled with runes. The 2 elders immediately formed hand seals. The experts of the Great Will sect knelt down as if they were performing a mysterious ritual. The ritual was very strange. It emitted a mysterious power that made Fairy Yu, Sima Taxing, Jialo Juekong, Desolation Leopard and the others feel something. They didn't dare to stop it. Suppress. However, Jialo Yuan-tu and Elder Jialo Yi didn't have any scruples. They ignored the mysterious ritual of the Great Will sect and continued to attack the 2 ancestors of the Great Will sect, Ming Su and Dao Su. Golden light burst out. The sacred light was dazzling and shrouded the sky. The 4 terrifying experts fought together. The void shattered in the sky, making it difficult for the primordial spirit to see through. Rumble, the surrounding people could only see the shadow of the great golden-winged rock in the sky. The sacred light illuminated the world. Various mighty forces distorted the void and shattered the sky. The sky was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. Occasionally, dazzling runes would shoot down. It was so dazzling that even the experts of the domain realm didn't dare to look at it directly. The 3rd elder stood with his hands behind his back. After breaking the Great Will sect's reincarnation heavenly slaughter formation, he didn't have any intention of fighting. However, he was looking at the depths of the Great Will sect. At this moment, the green blood essence in the hands of the 2 elders turned into runes. It emitted a dazzling radiance and flew up into the sky. This blood essence emanated a dazzling radiance that overlapped with each other like ripples, and it carried a divine and dignified aura as it descended from the sky, causing the experts in the surroundings to feel their souls tremble for some unknown reason. At this moment, a void that was difficult to see with the naked eye appeared in the depths of the Great Will sect. It was mysterious and ancient, as if it was isolated from the world. If it wasn't for the blood essence calling out to them, they wouldn't have discovered its existence. Chapter 1495. Walhalla, in the depths of the Great Luan sect, divine light descended from the sky. Mysterious runes fluctuated and flowed with many mysteries. A pleasant sound wave resonated with time and space, shaking the heavens and the earth. It's him. I didn't expect that terrifying existence from the legends to still be alive in the Great Luan sect. He didn't pass away like the rumors said. The old monk in front of the immeasurable sect was shocked. He seemed to know many secrets of the Great Luan sect. There were also many elders in the Huijian sect and Xiandu Gate who looked solemn. Oh no, that legendary existence is still alive. He didn't pass away or die. Sima Ta Xing, Nanli Hun, and the others looked solemn. The divine light fluctuated and turned into ripples. It was like a soft cloud that spread across the sky. It affected the spacetime for no reason and caused the entire spacetime to quietly distort. What a terrifying expert! When the terrifying aura filled the heavens and the earth, Du Xiaofu's mind suddenly trembled. He suddenly looked towards the depths of the Great Luan sect. From the mysterious place, a vast fluctuation swept out in all directions. Within the fluctuation of the divine light, the spacetime trembled. The aura made people feel that the light was incomparably gentle and comfortable. However, the origin spirit also trembled at the same time. There was a hair-raising feeling. Who is that? What a terrifying aura! I can't resist it. My Xian Qi has been frozen and my soul has been suppressed. The army that was in the midst of a bloody battle also paused at this moment. The terrifying aura affected the spacetime of the heavens and the earth. Under many shocked gazes, a giant figure that was thousands of feet tall emerged from the divine light in the depths of the Great Luan sect. The giant figure was like a god that had descended from the heavens. The giant figure was covered in divine light. It was hazy and gave people the feeling that a god had descended to the world. When the giant figure appeared, it was ancient as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. A pair of resplendent seven-colored eyes were like two twinkling stars that overlooked the world. An expert, a terrifying expert. Du Xiaofu was shocked. The expert was too terrifying. It seemed to have come from the ancient times. Just the pressure that appeared had affected the heavens and the earth, causing the formation that he had set up to crack. Ka, in an instant, the 6 formations that Du Xiaofu had set up began to crack under the invisible pressure before shattering. Du Xiaofu didn't even feel that power. Noiselessly, the 6 great arrays exploded, and shattered runes blossomed. Pfff, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, and the charm array was quietly and forcefully destroyed. As the person who set up the formation, Du Xiaofu was immediately affected. Fortunately, setting up the 6-sitting Nirvana Talisman array was not a big deal for Du Xiaofu at the moment. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not suffer too much damage. Zhen Qingquan's 6-will blood-killing array was also shaking, as if it was being crushed by some invisible force. Boom, however, a mysterious pagoda floated in the sky, emitting an ancient pressure and emitting the sound of wind and thunder. It protected the 6-wheel's blood-killing formation, preventing it from shattering immediately. In the depths of the Great Luan sect, the huge hazy figure's eyes rippled for the first time, and a soft exclamation was heard. The ancient ancestor has come out of seclusion. Among the experts of the Great Luan sect, an elder trembled, and his voice was choked with emotion. Only they knew about the existence of the ancient ancestor, and they knew how powerful and terrifying he was. Dongli Chihuang smiled, looking at the awakened figure in the depths of the Great Luan sect, looking at the terrifying lineup around Du Xiaofu, and said in a gloomy voice, "Those who can't change the outcome can all die. Ancient ancestor, kill those invaders and show the might of our Great Luan sect." In the Great Luan sect, the elders knelt and prayed, begging the ancient ancestor to kill all the invaders. "I've heard of you, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. Do you want to break the boundary by sacrificing your life to preserve your essence blood and upgrade?" Suddenly, a voice was heard, accompanied by a dazzling golden light. The third elder, who had not made a move, moved and slowly walked into the sky. However, at this moment, the third elder's small figure caused the sky to tremble with every step he took. The golden light on his body became more and more dazzling, and the mysterious runes on his body fluctuated. It was as if there was an invisible shadow of a huge golden-winged rock that flapped its wings and circled in the sky. At this moment, the third elder looked like a golden overlord that was walking across the sky. "For tens of thousands of years, I've focused on comprehending the Tao, and I've comprehended a little, but I still can't break it." The huge figure's voice was indistinct, and the surroundings began to fluctuate with divine light, turning into countless shocking phenomena. It was as if there were countless shadows of living beings surrounding the area, making the huge figure look like a real god. The resplendent seven-colored eyes looked at the third elder, and a violent fluctuation appeared for the second time. He said, "Golden-winged rock race, are you going to announce that you've come out?" "We're not coming out." The third elder spoke with a calm voice. It seemed less domineering, but it was restrained. The golden light fluctuated and became more and more resplendent. After a dozen steps, the golden light in the surroundings shone brightly, as if a golden sun was in the sky. He looked at the so-called ancestor of the Great Luan sect and said, "The Great Luan sect touched my people, so you should come out. Even if your original master's race is still here, he won't be able to protect you today." "Is that so?" The huge figure was still very calm, and the divine light became more and more dazzling. On the surface of his body, the strange phenomena became clearer. 10,000 spirits were revolving around him, and he was filled with an ancient and boundless aura. He said to the third elder, "The golden-winged rock race is very domineering, and you are very strong. I've comprehended something over the years, so let's fight up there and verify it." The huge figure's voice was calm, but at this moment, it was not difficult for everyone to hear that he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight the strongest member of the golden-winged rock race. "All right, then let's fight up there." The third elder nodded his head. His scholarly robe shook, and he stomped his foot on the void. His figure instantly soared into the sky and disappeared. However, just as the third elder stomped his foot, a majestic and vast energy swept out from his foot silently. It spread across the sky and rushed into the Great Luan sect. Bang, 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 in an instant, a large number of mountains in the Great Luan sect cracked, and ancient buildings collapsed, revealing ravines on the ground. There were experts of the Great Luan sect who vomited mouthfuls of blood under the invisible crushing force. The expert of the golden-winged rock race is taking revenge on the ancestor of the Great Luan sect for attacking Du Xiaofu. This is a warning. The golden-winged rock race is indeed domineering. The surrounding experts trembled. They could see that the expert of the golden-winged rock race was taking revenge on the ancestor of the Great Luan sect for breaking Du Xiaofu's array. Therefore, he also attacked the nest of the Great Luan sect. This was a form of revenge by the expert of the golden-winged rock race, and also a warning to the ancestor of the Great Luan sect. At their level, they should not casually interfere with the matters of the younger generation. Otherwise, once the experts of both sides interfered, it would be a disaster and no one would be able to gain an advantage. Although both sides were in a great battle and would not rest until one side was dead, the situation was critical. However, until the final moment of life and death, the strongest experts of both sides still maintained a tacit understanding that they had to abide by. Once the strongest experts of both sides interfered, it would be a complete disaster. The loser would be completely defeated, and even their spiritual souls would be completely destroyed. As for the winner, it would not be any better. The ancestor of the Great Luan sect looked at the third elder of the golden-winged rock race who had disappeared into the sky. For the third time, his eyes flickered, and there seemed to be some displeasure in them. However, they soon calmed down. Chi. Following behind the third elder of the golden-winged rock race, the huge figure also swept into the depths of the sky and disappeared. Rumble, immediately after, the depths of the sky trembled, and rays of light burst out. From the depths of the sea of clouds, a terrifying aura erupted. It was as if two peerless experts were having an earth-shattering collision. However, the collision occurred in the depths of the sky, and no one could see it. It was obvious that the ancestor of the Great Luan sect and the expert of the golden-winged rock race did not want to plunge everyone into misery and suffering. At their level, if they were to fight below, just a single ripple would be enough to cause calamity to the billions of people inside and outside the Great Luan sect, and turn the Great Luan sect into an abyss of ruins. Therefore, they tacitly chose to fight above. At their level, what they comprehended was the Tao, and what they cultivated was the body. Killing more people would increase the danger of their bodies and souls in the future. They also did not want both sides to suffer and be destroyed. The two peak experts were fighting in the depths of the sky. When everyone looked up, they could only see a terrifying aura surging in the sky. Divine light shrouded the sky, and golden light shot out. Vaguely, there was a supreme aura in the depths of the sky that looked down on the world. It was as if something terrifying would fall from the 9 heavens at any time. It caused people's hearts to tremble, and any muffled sound would make people's hearts jump. Du Xiaofu also inclined his head and stared at the sky. That was a battle between peak experts. The awakened expert from the Great Will sect didn't seem to be any weaker than the 3 elders. This caused Du Xiaofu's heart to turn heavy. Du Xiaofu had never underestimated the Great Luan sect. When he was in the Ancient Heaven sect, Du Xiaofu heard the tone of his senior brother, Sima taxing. Back then, it was not difficult for him to know that the Great Luan sect was definitely not simple. Their foundation was so deep that even the Ancient Heaven sect could not see through it. Although Du Xiaofu was prepared, seeing so many experts appear in the Great Luan sect, especially the awakened ancient ancestor whose aura was clearly stronger than the 4th elder, gave Du Xiaofu a huge shock. If it was not for the 3rd elder's arrival this time, the situation would not be so good. Du Xiaofu had thought a lot about going to the Great Luan sect this time. With the current strength of the desolate country and the world society, going to the Great Luan sect was not a wise choice, even with the help of the Ancient Heaven sect. However, he had to take revenge. Although the desolate country and the world society did not have the foundation of the Great Luan sect and the Sky Serpent sect, Du Xiaofu knew that if he did not show his stance after returning this time, no one would take the desolate country and the world society seriously in the future. This time, with his return, the entire central continent was probably waiting to see his stance. Concealing one's strength and biding one's time was the most important thing for the desolate country and the world society. With the talent of the Du family's disciples who had awakened their martial veins and the help of countless talented people around them, perhaps 1,000 years later, they would have the strength to go against the Great Luan sect. Within 1,000 years, Du Xiaofu felt that he should be able to reach a new height that he could only look up to now. However, 1,000 years was too long. There were too many things that could not be waited for 1,000 years. Legalism had separated his family, tricked him into opening his chest and digging out his heart, and the devil religion had captured his master. Du Xiaofu could not wait for 1,000 years. Du Xiaofu wanted to build his own wealthy family to go against all of these. He could grow while concealing his strength and biding his time. He could also sing loudly and step out while conquering the world. These were 2 paths, 2 choices. Without a doubt, without the great golden-winged rocks behind him, Du Xiaofu could only choose to bide his time and bide his time so that he could rise in 1,000 years. Chapter 1496. Without that strength, they could only seek for a sliver of opportunity in order to rise up. However, with the golden-winged Great Rock clan behind them, everything would be different. Du Xiaofu had never thought of using the golden-winged Great Rock clan to deal with the Great Luan sect, but he could take advantage of the situation. If he could not even deal with the Great Luan sect, how could he fight against legalism and devil religion in the future? As for relying on the golden-winged Great Rock clan, Du Xiaofu himself was now the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. How could he rely on his own clan? Du Xiaofu looked around. The 6 great formations had been broken and countless Sky Alliance troops had been rescued. However, the 6 formations had already killed many of the Heavenly Alliance's troops in the central province. Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled as he looked at the battlefield. Experts like Meng Ruquan were fighting in the air, while the Third Elder and the Great Luan sect ancestor were fighting in the sky. That kind of battle would ultimately affect the entire battle. The most important thing was the battle between the Third Elder and the Great Luan sect ancestor. The final victory or defeat between the two of them would be the final outcome of the battle. Massacre the Great Luan sect. In the next moment, golden light shot out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. In the battle between the Third Elder and the revived Great Luan sect ancestor, this was the last chance to massacre the Great Luan sect. When the final result was out, he would lose the chance to massacre the Great Luan sect. Kill. Almost at the same time, in the Great Luan sect, other than the 2 ancestors, Ming Su and Dao Su, the other 2 extraordinary old men who had started the ceremony shouted in unison. They seemed to have the same idea as Du Xiaofu. They wanted to kill the invaders as soon as possible while the experts of the golden-winged Great Rock clan were fighting with the Great Luan sect ancestor. Once the battle in the sky was over, it would be too late to take action. Qi La, the strength of the 2 old men was definitely not at the ordinary domain realm. After the battle cry sounded, one of the old men immediately pounced towards Du Xiaofu. The other one pounced towards the sacred array child, Zhen Qingchen. The 2 of them wanted to kill Du Xiaofu, who was the leader, as well as Zhen Qingchen, who was killing the Heavenly Alliance's army with the 6-wheel blood-killing formation. They wanted to break the formation by force. Boom! The speed of these 2 frightening experts was extremely fast. In an instant, they appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and Zhen Qingchen with a mighty aura. That mighty power was no small matter. It was not something that an ordinary person could block or stop. Be careful. The surrounding experts shouted. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air for Du Xiaofu and Zhen Qingchen, their eyes filled with fear. It's a grand domain realm cultivator. Xiaofu, retreat. Zhen Qingchuan's expression changed as he shouted a warning to Du Xiaofu. In an instant, he hid inside his 6 wheels blood-killing array. Du Xiaofu had already retreated, but the terrifying power had sealed the space. Carefree steps, rock of 10,000 miles. Du Xiaofu used the carefree steps and rock of 10,000 miles to forcefully retreat in this space. Under that terrifying power, Du Xiaofu did not think of resisting. He was no match for them, so he could only escape. Is that the carefree steps? Seeing that Du Xiaofu was retreating in his sealed space, the old man was very surprised. At the same time, he was also surprised by the carefree steps that Du Xiaofu had just used. Rumble, not far away, the earth and mountains shook, and the blood aura fluctuated in the sky. The other old man attacked Zhen Qingchuan's 6 wheels blood-killing array, shaking it so much that it was on the verge of collapse. However, in the end, he was unable to forcefully break it open. Just as the terrifying 6-ring blood-killing array cracked open, blood-colored symbols immediately surged out and automatically repaired it. This caused the old man's expression to become extremely gloomy and ugly. So what if you're a grand domain realm cultivator? My 6 wheels blood-killing array is not so easy to break. Zhen Qingchuan's curses and provocations came from within the 6 wheels blood-killing array. A Grand Domain Realm expert is so terrifying. Hearing Zhen Qingquan's words, many people's eyes trembled. How many of the people present could step foot into the Grand Domain Realm? Most people in this world had never even heard of that level. Humph. The old man snorted, his eyes gloomy. His every move carried a vast aura as he attacked the Six Wheels blood-killing array again. For this old man, the Six Wheels blood-killing array was a ferocious array, so he did not even think about breaking it. Even a talisman master would not be able to break it, let alone him. He could only break it by force. Kid, you seem to be extraordinary, but you can still go to hell. The old man who had attacked Du Xiaofu immediately attacked Du Xiaofu again. A huge palm print descended like a divine light, causing a large area of space to distort as it slammed down on Du Xiaofu. Boom! Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the terrifying palm print. That vast aura collapsed. At this moment, the old man increased the strength of the spatial seal, making it difficult for Du Xiaofu to move. When that terrifying aura descended, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit felt an absolute sense of danger. At this critical juncture, the palm print had already descended as fast as lightning. Du Xiaofu had no time to think. At this moment, he could only hide in the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron. With the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron's mysterious defense, it should be able to protect him. Between exposing the Purple Thunder Profound Cauldron and dodging the attack, Du Xiaofu naturally chose the former. Bullying the young with the old. The Great Luan sect is really like a crooked stick. It's all hereditary. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud shout was heard. A figure wrapped in yellow lightning came across the sky. As this figure came, the surrounding lightning fluctuated. Electric arcs wreaked havoc, and the entire world was affected by the lightning. The yellow lightning contained destruction and swept towards the old man in an overwhelming manner. The terrifying destructive lightning blocked the palm print. Boom! Boom! That terrifying palm print was blocked, but the yellow lightning figure was also forced back a few steps at the same time, revealing his true appearance. It was the Hehuan School's area master Ru Kuang. So you're from the Hehuan School? I really don't know where you got the courage to come to my Great Luan sect. The old man raised his eyes and looked at the area master Ru Kuang with a gloomy expression. The Hehuan School was inferior to the Saman Sword sect and the Sun Moon sect, so he did not take it to heart. So what if you're from the Great Luan sect? A graceful figure descended from the sky. It was the area master Ru Meng. Be careful, Xiaofu. The two area masters looked at each other and said to Du Xiaofu. The two of them rushed towards the old man. The two area masters were wrapped in lightning. The lightning runes were endless, and dark clouds surged out. The surrounding area was covered in lightning, which was destructive and terrifying. The two area masters activated the Universe Dragon Tiger technique and pounced towards the old man from the Great Luan sect. Little Hehuan School, how dare you! The old man from the Great Luan sect roared. He activated his divine light and fought against the two area masters. Boom! Boom! This terrifying battle was extraordinary. It destroyed the surrounding area. If anyone was affected, they would immediately suffer. Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven. The area master Ru Kuang roared and activated the Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven. His strength increased sharply, and lightning exploded. The area masters were in sync. The two complemented each other. After activating the Universe Dragon Tiger technique, their power increased greatly. The battle against the old man from the Great Luan sect shocked everyone. The battle between the three of them was getting higher and higher. This was to prevent the area below from being razed to the ground and being affected by the destruction. Boom! The other old man was still attacking the Six Wheels blood-killing array. However, the effect was not great. Instead, he was trapped by the Six Wheels blood-killing array. Although the old man was able to protect himself, he was even more furious at this moment. Their collision caused the surrounding void to rumble like thunder. The two old men were blocked. Du Xiaofu's face was gloomy. He almost hid in the purple thunder profound cauldron. Kill! A cold voice came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. He attacked. The golden wings on his back spread out like a golden light. The golden runes exploded, and it was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. Bang! 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 The wings flapped and turned into a storm. Wherever Du Xiaofu passed, countless figures in the Sky Alliance's army turned into a bloody mist, forming a bloody path. Du Xiaofu once again ascended the Great Luan sect. Wherever he passed, a bloody path was paved. Kill! Du Xiaofu's attack ignited the battle once again. The battle that had paused just now erupted again. Roar! 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 The demonic beast army of the heavenly beast hall, the demonic beast army of the beast region, and the savage beasts of the Tianhuang mainland all roared like thunder. They charged into the enemy army and crushed everything. The ferocious demonic beast army was unstoppable. Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others were invincible among their peers. They were killing everywhere. Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juekong, and the others once again challenged opponents above their level. The great golden-winged peng bird's wings were enough to destroy everything. To the disciples of the great golden-winged peng bird clan, they disdained to attack the weak. They would find experts to train themselves and kill their opponents. The experts from all sides charged forward again. The experts of the Great Luan sect were once again surrounded and in danger. However, at this moment, the experts of the Great Luan sect were hopeful. As long as the ancient ancestor won, the outcome would be decided. At that time, the invaders would pay the price in blood. Kill with all your might. However, at this moment, the surrounding experts knew what the experts of the Great Luan sect were thinking. The true victory would be between the Great Luan sect's ancient ancestor and the strongest expert of the Great Golden-Winged Peng Bird clan. However, this period of time was their opportunity. Since they could no longer be on good terms with the Great Luan sect, regardless of the outcome, they had to kill as many experts of the Great Luan sect as they could. The battle at this moment had become even more violent. Readers who are interested can add little Yu's WeChat account, Ufone YF, and send the words Long Yutian to see the first chapter. Chapter 1497. In the beginning, the experts from Shangzhou did not use their full strength. They only wanted to delay the experts from the Great Luan sect. They wanted to help Du Xiaofu, but there was no need for them to fight to the death with the experts from the Great Luan sect just to help Du Xiaofu. In that kind of life and death situation, if the Great Luan sect's experts wanted to protect themselves, if they were unlucky, they might even be heavily injured. However, the situation had changed beyond their control and they could no longer be on good terms with the Great Luan sect. They could only take advantage of this opportunity to kill as many experts from the Great Luan sect as possible. Even if they could not destroy the Great Luan sect today, they could make the Great Luan sect unable to recover for the next 1,000 years. Bang! A bloody path was paved. Du Xiaofu from the Great Luan sect attacked and killed a Nirvana martial honorable with a punch. Don't kill me. The Great Luan sect and Heavenly Serpent sect's martial honorables who were bound in the space for no reason heard Du Xiaofu's shout. They tried their best to break free but to no avail. Even their meridian souls and Tao artifacts were imprisoned and could not move. Go to hell. Du Xiaofu said coldly. A few fingerprints flew out and pierced through the glabella of a few martial honorables. Their spiritual souls were destroyed and they were killed. However, this was just the beginning. Du Xiaofu was enraged. His figure soared into the sky, and the great peng golden wings flapped behind him. The great peng bird soared into the sky, and he specifically targeted the martial saints and martial domain realm cultivators of the Central Province's Heavenly Alliance. A few martial honorables from the small forces who followed the Great Luan sect were besieged by the experts from the various forces in Shangzhou. However, they were still fighting back. Bang bang bang. However, Du Xiaofu forcefully intervened. As he flapped his wings, the bodies of martial honorables exploded and turned into blood mist. All the Qianquan bags were taken away by Du Xiaofu. Bang bang. Du Xiaofu punched a long-haired old man who was in the initial stage of the martial domain realm from an unknown first-rate force of the Great Luan sect. Blood spurted out and the old man could not even withstand a single blow. Buzz. Du Xiaofu unsheathed his sword. Radiance shone brightly as the purple-gold heavenly fault erupted with the roars of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and turtles. Chi La, the sword slashed out, and wherever the sword light passed, a pitch-black abyss appeared in the mountains below. The two martial domain realm cultivators had their heads chopped off with a single slash. That Du Xiaofu is too scary. Du Xiaofu's killing intent soared to the sky. It had only been a short while, but he had already killed a large number of martial honorables. He had even killed a few domain realm cultivators. Kill. Du Xiaofu attacked again, his killing intent surging. At this moment, he no longer had any scruples. He charged into the Heavenly Snake Sect's formation and swung his sword. A half-domain expert was directly cut in half. Bang! Du Xiaofu kicked the air, and a Nirvana-revered martial artist was directly kicked away. His body collided with an 8-star spirit talisman master of the Spirit Sky Valley not far away. Both of them spat out blood at the same time, and in the end, they were killed by the experts of the Shang province. Bastard! A martial domain realm elder of the Heavenly Snake sect had blood dripping from his mouth. He condensed a huge python vein soul and charged directly at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu slightly flapped his wings, and the vein soul shattered inch by inch. Kill! Du Xiaofu said coldly. His figure appeared in front of the elder like a ghost, and he exploded with a punch. Blood splattered all over the ground, and even his primordial spirit was smashed into pieces. Such a brutal massacre caused many experts of the Shang province, Ancient Heaven sect, and Profound Talisman sect to inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. After Du Xiaofu killed more than 20 martial honorables of the Heavenly Snake sect and 3 martial domain realm cultivators, he flapped his wings and arrived at the Spirit Sky Valley's formation. Chi la la. Du Xiaofu swung his sword 3 times. The sword light swept through the sky, cutting through the void, and a large number of Spirit Sky Valley martial honorables were killed. Run! In the end, the Spirit Sky Valley Talisman Masters saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. Die for me! Du Xiaofu shouted with a domineering tone. His voice was like a thunderclap. Bang bang bang, the 8-star Talisman Masters of the Spirit Sky Valley had just rushed out, and before they could react, they were killed by Du Xiaofu's shout. The 8-star Talisman Masters all died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Du Xiaofu's gaze once again fixed on a person. It was a majestic old man who had just reached the peak of the martial domain realm. He was the Spirit Sky Valley's Overlord Marshal. Not good, run. Overlord Marshal was already sullen from being surrounded by experts from all sides and was injured. At this moment, he felt that the terrifying Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was staring at him. He did not hesitate at all and paid the price with all his strength. He used a terrifying technique to tear open space and wanted to escape. At this moment, to Overlord Marshal, even if he was to return to the Spirit Sky Valley and be punished for deserting, he still wanted to save his old life. At this moment, Overlord Marshal more or less understood. The consecrator of the Spirit Sky Valley had personally intercepted Du Xiaofu, but there was no news. Only when he saw the experts of the golden-winged great rocks that came for Du Xiaofu did Overlord Marshal understand that the consecrator was doomed. Overlord Marshal completely understood. No wonder Du Xiaofu was able to escape unscathed after wreaking havoc in the immeasurable sect. It was because he had the experts of the golden-winged great rocks by his side. If the consecrator knew that the experts of the golden-winged great rocks were by Du Xiaofu's side, he would not dare to intercept Du Xiaofu even if he was beaten to death. Chi! Du Xiaofu appeared behind Overlord Marshal like a ghost. With Du Xiaofu's current speed, how could Overlord Marshal compare to him? Whoosh! Du Xiaofu waved his hand. It was simple and direct without any fanciful movements. The sword ray was like a purple-gold lightning that pierced through the void. Overlord Marshal's wish didn't come true. Just as he stepped into the spatial crack and was about to escape, Du Xiaofu's sword slashed down from the back, splitting his majestic body into two. Du Xiaofu, I won't let you off. Overlord Marshal wailed. That was his Yuan spirit. Although he didn't manage to escape and was split into two by Du Xiaofu's sword, his Yuan spirit still managed to escape into the spatial crack in an instant. Du Xiaofu knitted his brows. He wanted to kill Overlord Marshal, but it was already half a step too late. He could only give up. That demon king Du Xiaofu is too frightening. The immeasurable sect, intelligent sword sect, and other major forces that were watching the battle from afar were thoroughly shocked. That demon king Du Xiaofu had killed mercilessly. No one was his match. That demon king Du Xiaofu was so young, but he was able to kill martial domain realm cultivators as if they were nothing. Furthermore, he was so cruel and merciless. How frightening was that? Inside and outside the Great Will sect, mournful screams could be heard everywhere. Corpses were strewn all over the place. It was like hell. Even the experts of the various major forces sucked in a breath of cold air at this moment. They were terrified by this bloodbath. It had been thousands of years since such a great battle had taken place in the entire central region. And the moment that demon king Du Xiaofu returned, it caused such a bloody battle. Seeing this terrifying scene, the assistance of the Shang region, the reinforcements of the divine elites, and the descent of the heavenly beasts, the experts of the immeasurable sect, intelligent sword sect, and Xiandu Gate couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Compared to the demon king Du Xiaofu causing havoc in their sects, the Great Will sect was in a truly miserable state. At this moment, the experts of the three sects felt much less sullen and resentful of Du Xiaofu causing havoc in their sections. At this moment, the people of the immeasurable sect, Xiandu Gate, and intelligent sword sect realized that the demon king Du Xiaofu had already taken care of them immensely. If the demon king had led such a terrifying lineup to the immeasurable sect, intelligent sword sect, or Xiandu Gate back then, the outcome wouldn't have been like that. In the distant crowd, Qing Xingnan stood and quietly looked at the resolute young man in front of him. His golden wings were spread out, his purple robe fluttered, and his black hair fluttered behind his head. The treasured sword in his hand emitted a shocking aura. The killing intent emanating from his body could freeze the void. She was very familiar with this aura. However, at this moment, it was unfamiliar. It was completely unfamiliar. It was unfamiliar. It was no longer in her world. Big sister, what should we do? What should I do? Qing Chao hid beside Qing Xingnan. On that terrifying battlefield, the great golden-winged peng bird was rampaging. Countless experts were slaughtering each other. There were also terrifying demonic beasts flying in the sky. Every move of theirs could cause space to explode. He didn't even have the courage to go up. Looking at the brave and ferocious purple-robed young man in the distance, Qing Chao's heart was filled with an indelible fear. Fear involuntarily climbed out of his soul. He originally thought that even if they met again, he was already the sect master of the Great Luan sect. Saint also had the support of the Nirvana supremacy, Dongli Chi Huang. Du Xiaofu could no longer compare to him. However, Qing Chao never expected that Du Xiaofu would actually enter the Great Luan sect in such a manner. Sigh, Qing Xingnan glanced at Qing Chao beside him. He didn't say anything. His expression was somewhat helpless. On the Great Luan sect, the mountains were dyed red with blood. After Du Xiaofu killed Ba Wu's physical body, he held the purple-gold heavenly fault and swept his gaze across the surroundings. The experts of the Sky Snake sect, Great Luan sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and the Central Province Sky Alliance had been suppressed. At this moment, they were getting weaker and weaker. Experts were constantly being killed. Within the army, the Central Province Sky Alliance's army was no match for them. They were completely being slaughtered. Ah! Blood-curdling screams resounded through the heavens and earth. Blood flowed like a river. It was hard to describe how tragic it was. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across a person. Scarlet-robed and golden hair. His hair was messy and there was a resplendent divine light surging out from his body. He had also made a move earlier. He had repelled Du Xiaoqing, who was using the Baifeng divine bird, and Jialo Juekong, who was using the great golden-winged ping bird. That was Dongli Qihuang. At this moment, he seemed to be in a sorry state. However, he was still standing tall and straight. His hair was disheveled and he still gave off an extraordinary feeling. A great pressure spread out from his body. Feeling Du Xiaofu's gaze, Dongli Qihuang also looked at Du Xiaofu. The Rainbow Divine Soul's gorgeous eyes suddenly surged with a dense chill. Jialo Juekong and Du Xiaoqing, who were repelled, originally wanted to continue their attack. However, when they saw Du Xiaofu staring at Dongli Qihuang, the two retreated and immediately pounced on the other experts of the Great Luan sect and Sky Snake sect. You finally dare to make a move. Dongli Qihuang spoke. His voice was gloomy and cold. His eyes looked straight at Du Xiaofu. There was hatred, anger, and jealousy in his eyes. His gaze was cold and complicated. Chapter 1498. Look, Dongli Qihuang is going to meet the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Are they really going to fight? The surrounding people noticed that the Demon King Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qihuang were going to fight. They could not help but exclaim. Immediately, numerous gazes looked towards Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qihuang. The purple-robed youth with the golden wings on his back spread out like divine wings and golden light shrouded him. He had an extremely majestic aura, ferocious and domineering aura. Although Dongli Qihuang appeared to be in a sorry state, having been beaten twice at the beginning, no one would look down on him. The two extraordinary youths faced each other from a distance, causing the surrounding people to look solemn. Everyone present knew that in this bloody battle, even the appearance of the golden-winged great rocks and the revival of the oldest ancestor of the Great Will sect, could be said to be the cause and origin of all of this because of the two young men. Will they have a fierce battle? Some people were surprised, their gazes solemn and curious. Dongli Qihuang had reached the nirvana stage. Originally, more than half of the people thought that Dongli Qihuang would win. However, after Dongli Qihuang was beaten up, and Du Xiaofu was so ferocious and terrifying that he could kill a martial domain realm cultivator like an ant, the surrounding people had no choice but to reevaluate the situation. You are not qualified to fight with me. I will only kill you. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qihuang and spoke. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. At the beginning, Du Xiaofu did not make a move on the Great Will sect. He did not kill Dongli Qihuang immediately when he provoked him. That was because Du Xiaofu knew that there were experts in the Great Will sect spying on them. No matter how well they hid their auras, they could not escape Du Xiaofu's sharp yuan spirit. Not to mention that once they really wanted to kill Dongli Qihuang, the experts in the Great Will sect would definitely interfere. They would not allow a nirvana stage cultivator to be killed so easily. Du Xiaofu also knew that even if he could kill the eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix with absolute speed, it would immediately trigger a war between the Heaven Alliance of the Central Plains, the Desolate Country, the Ancient Heaven Sect, and the Profound Talisman Sect. At that time, Goei Che and the other ferocious beasts realm cultivators had not arrived yet. The reinforcements from Shangzhou had not yet arrived, and the reinforcements from Tianhuang continent had not yet arrived. At that time, if a bloody battle suddenly broke out, even with 4th Elder Jialo Yi and 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu hiding in the shadows, the Desolate Country and the other armies would not be able to gain any advantage. Reality was just as Du Xiaofu had expected. However, the time had come. Du Xiaofu did not intend to endure any longer. Everything was orchestrated by Dongli Qihuang. He was the main culprit and had to be killed. Kill. Do you have the strength to do so? Dongli Qihuang looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes twitched and he sneered. His clothes and hair fluttered. Divine light rippled from his body. Dongli Qihuang had personally witnessed Du Xiaofu's savagery and strength. He had already been beaten twice. However, when he faced Du Xiaofu, he still seemed to have something to rely on. He was not afraid at all. Dongli Qihuang might not be able to defeat Demon King Du Xiaofu, right? Even that terrifying youth from the golden-winged Great Peng race had to bow before Du Xiaofu. It seems like the Demon King Du Xiaofu has a close relationship with the golden-winged Great Peng race. He must have also obtained a great opportunity. Among the spectators in the surroundings, a young man spoke. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix who had undergone nirvanic rebirth might not be able to do anything to Du Xiaofu at this moment. There was also an old man who frowned and said, "What do you know? Dongli Qihuang has lived 2 lives. Before he reincarnated, he was said to be one of the ancient ancestors of the Great Luan sect. How powerful was he? Now that he has undergone nirvana, he should have received the blessing of the heavens. More of his primordial spirit from his previous life has awakened. He must have some great methods. Although he was beaten up by the golden-winged Great Peng race youth and the red-bone horse monkey, the fact that he is still alive is proof. How can he be easy to deal with? Once they fight to the death, the result will be hard to determine." Hearing this, the spectators nodded their heads in understanding. That Dongli Qihuang was actually one of the ancient ancestors of the Great Luan sect in his previous life. He did indeed have a great foundation. In this life, Dongli Qihuang had undergone nirvana. If he were to truly fight against the Demon King Du Xiaofu, he might still have some shocking methods hidden. He would not be easy to deal with. However, no one would look down on the Demon King Du Xiaofu at this moment. Such a ferocious youth was naturally not easy to deal with. At this moment, the Demon King Du Xiaofu also seemed to have a great relationship with the golden-winged Great Peng race. He had attracted the attention of the Kyushu. How tyrannical was this? A few old men intentionally spied on the Demon King Du Xiaofu. They were even more alarmed and felt that he was unfathomable. Their primordial spirits secretly trembled with fear. It was as if he was a true supreme. No blasphemy could be tolerated. Secretly spying on him was a type of blasphemy. Kill. Du Xiaofu's killing intent gushed out. He no longer spoke and flapped his golden peng wings behind him. In a flash, he tore through the space. The golden light was as resplendent as the sun. The violet golden imperial palace in his hand was the most resounding. There were also the cries of ghosts, the cries of gods, the cries of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and turtles. Dongli Qihuang also made his move. He secretly glanced at the supreme beauty in the distance. At this moment, her gaze was also in this direction. Her expression became even more gloomy. Boom! A bone-chilling intent slowly emerged from the depths of Dongli Qihuang's eyes. The dazzling light around his body spread out like a holy light. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The aura in his body suddenly surged as if it was about to cause the void to tremble with the sound of wind and thunder. Do you really think that you can kill me by relying on the jade race of the golden-winged peng? That is a golden-winged peng. What are you? I'll kill you. Dongli Qihuang also made his move. A cold gaze suddenly shot out from his soul-like eyes. The light on his body was as bright as the sun. These two were publicly recognized as the peak experts of the younger generation in the central continent. At this moment, they were about to make their move and directly attacked. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, from the distant horizon, there was a dazzling ray of light that suddenly flew towards the Great Will sect. In a flash, a dazzling azure light that resembled a green sun suddenly spread out in the sky above the Great Will sect. It was an energy arrow. The azure light contained a terrifying aura that spread out. It was as if an ancient fiend god had awakened from a deep slumber. A mysterious power descended and finally exploded in the sky like the most dazzling fireworks in the world. Bang! The light was dazzling and the sky was covered by a dark green color. A terrifying fiend god aura made the hearts of countless experts tremble. The energy light arrow had clearly been released in mid-air, but many domain realm experts felt as if the arrow had pierced through space and pierced their minds and hearts. Fear surged out of them subconsciously and they retreated. Stop! A clear and moving voice rang out. It was clear and delicate, but it contained a great pressure. The words were like a heavenly flute, melodious and pleasing to the ears. However, the sound that spread out made the bloody battlefield clear to the ears. It was not covered by the roars of beasts and the muffled sounds of energy. Those who heard it trembled violently and some people could not help but stop. Du Xiaofu, who was already on the verge of making a move, felt the energy light arrow. He forcefully withdrew his attack like an arrow on a fully drawn bow. Immediately, he gazed into the distance. This was because Du Xiaofu felt a familiar aura from the energy arrow. Du Xiaofu also did not forget the sound that spread out. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang also looked into the sky and looked in the direction of the energy arrow and the sound. Amidst the dazzling light, a graceful figure flew across the sky. Her aura caused the easternly scarlet phoenix's heart to tremble. That aura made Dongli Qihuang somewhat hesitant and surprised. Soon after, his heart violently jumped and his expression gradually changed. Both inside and outside the Great Luan sect, the experts secretly raised their heads. The experts who were in the midst of an intense battle also secretly looked over with their minds. A beautiful figure gradually appeared in the distant sky. Her green clothes outlined a beautiful arc that caused one to feel suffocated. She had an exquisite and beautiful face. Her fine black hair was originally tied into a simple jade green bun at the back of her head. The black hair at the side of the bun swayed slightly. She arrived slowly, yet she traversed space. She drifted like a god, and she moved freely like a graceful swan. Such a woman instantly appeared in the sky above the Great Luan sect. Her eyebrows were like jade feathers and her skin was as white as snow. She was elegant and refined, just like a fairy. Her beautiful jade-like eyes were like water. She frowned slightly as she looked at the corpses that were strewn all over the place and the blood that flowed like a river. Her brows furrowed slightly. She looked amiable, but there was also a faint unapproachable aura. It's her. Du Xiaoyao stood in the air and stared blankly at the woman. Soon after, she revealed a smile. Brother Xiaoyao, do you know her? Who is she? Du Shui from the Du family was not far away. She could feel the aura of the fairy-like woman, which made her inexplicably tremble. She immediately asked Du Xiaofu. She could be your sister-in-law. Du Xiaoyao said in a serious tone. Chapter 1499. Its sister Qingqing. Many people from Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy recognized Dongli Qingqing, but no one went up to greet her. Even Du Xiaoyao and Scarlet Rock didn't go up to greet her. This was because everyone could feel that Dongli Qingqing's aura had become even more noble than before. That was a graceful woman. Her body was tall and straight, exceptional and independent. She quietly stood in the air, giving off a supreme feeling of vitality, transcending this world. Du Xiaofu's heart skipped a beat when he saw that beautiful figure. There couldn't be two people who looked so similar in this world, so he couldn't be wrong. Besides, he couldn't be wrong about that familiar voice and aura. Back then, she left without saying goodbye in Tianhuang mainland. Was it a coincidence or was she here on purpose? However, looking at Dongli Qingqing's expression, Du Xiaofu felt that she wasn't here for him. She seemed to have come to the Great Luan sect for something. In mid-air, Su Muxin also saw the fairy-like woman. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hope, and she was enchanting. She was inwardly stirred, but she soon restrained her expression and remained calm. That fairy-like woman was Dongli Qingqing. She also saw Du Xiaofu and then Ouyang Shuang and Yi Zijin, who weren't far from Du Xiaofu. When she saw that beautiful woman beside Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing was stunned for a moment, but she soon returned to normal. The joy in her eyes was replaced by a slight trance. Who is she? What a beautiful woman. Her aura is very strange. Everyone looked at each other. That beautiful woman gave off an extremely special feeling. At this moment, she was standing alone on the Great Will sect. Rivers of blood flowed around her, and corpses were strewn all over the place. However, the aura on her body gave off a feeling of exuberance. It was able to dilute the murderous aura around her, allowing people to bathe in the spring breeze. Due to Dongli Qingqing's influence, many people within the area of 10,000 miles of bloodbath had come to a standstill. The battle situation had also been affected. However, even more soldiers and beasts were still killing. Blood splattered everywhere and bright runes were shattered. The killing was so intense that it made everyone tremble in fear. It was as if they had fallen into hell. Dongli Qingqing looked around. Her red lips parted slightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. She said in a clear voice, "Great Luan sect, stop. Xiaofu, you too." Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. She seemed to have sensed that this matter was definitely related to Du Xiaofu. "I can promise you anything but this. This is a debt that the Great Luan sect owes to the desolate country's world society. I want it back." Du Xiaofu shook his head. There was no room for discussion. He could not think of any other reason to reject her request. Hearing Du Xiaofu talking to the mysterious woman, everyone was surprised. It seemed that the mysterious woman was closely related to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. However, she also seemed to be related to the Great Luan sect. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "If the Great Luan sect owes you anything, I promise to give you an explanation. But please stop now. Rivers of blood and corpses. Is this what you want?" Du Xiaofu raised his head and asked, "You represent the Great Luan sect?" "That's right. No matter what the Great Luan sect owes you, I will give you an explanation," Dongli Qingqing said seriously. Du Xiaofu was very surprised, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and shook his sleeve. His voice spread across the battlefield, "Stop for now. I also ask the two elders and seniors Ru Meng and Kuang Ru to stop for now." Roar, the demonic beasts roared and the army stopped. Following Du Xiaofu's words, the desolate country's army, the demonic beasts' army, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Gue Che, and the Phantom Tiger King all stopped attacking. The armies of the Ancient Heaven sect, Profound Talisman sect, and Profound Underworld sect also retreated. However, their auras were still fierce and murderous. Their eyes were bloodshot. The fourth elder and the fifth elder were fighting against the Great Luan sect's Dao Void Domain Master and Ming Void Domain Master. The two domain masters, Rumeng and Kuang, also retreated with the elder who was fighting with them. Jialo Yi, Rumeng and Kuang landed not far behind Du Xiaofu. They looked at Dongli Qingqing, who was in the air in front of them. They seemed to have sensed something and were surprised. Only Gue Mei and the Blood Vine Spirit were still on the battlefield. They continued to devour the monstrous murderous aura on the battlefield. However, the sacred array child Jin Qingchun was still fighting against the great Luan Sect's ancestor with the 6 wheels blood-killing array. It was not easy for the great Luan Sect's expert to break the array. The sacred array child Jin Qingchun could not completely suppress the great Luan Sect's expert with the 6 wheels blood-killing array. They were still in a stalemate and no one from either side stepped in to help. At this moment, the Middle State Sky Alliance's army was being slaughtered. Although they were defending with all their might, there were still people who died trying to protect themselves. If they wanted to die, they would have to drag a few people down with them. However, when they saw the desolate country's army and the demonic beast army retreating, the Middle State Sky Alliance's army naturally would not be entangled with anyone. They immediately retreated. They immediately consumed elixirs to recover and took the opportunity to catch their breath. They were terrified as they faced the terrifying army. More than half of the Middle State Sky Alliance's army, which was close to 100 million, had been defeated. They were badly injured and dripping with blood. Everyone from the Great Luan Sect, retreat, Dongli Qingqing said in a clear voice. Hearing this, the surrounding people were even more surprised. The mysterious lady could actually make Du Xiaofu retreat temporarily and even give orders to the Great Luan Sect. Who are you? How dare you give orders to the Great Luan Sect? Within the Great Will Sect, the old man who was originally fighting with the 2 territorial lords asked. Has the Great Luan Sect forgotten your identity after all these years? Retreat quickly. Dongli Qingqing said. She was otherworldly and incomparably beautiful. However, there was a great majesty on her beautiful face at this moment. Hearing her majestic tone, the Great Luan Sect's army was surprised. The Great Luan Sect's experts were even shocked. However, after that, there were experts who were unhappy. The young lady seemed to be related to Du Xiaofu. At this moment, she was giving orders to the Great Luan Sect. This caused the Great Luan Sect's experts to feel a chill. No one had ever dared to give orders to the Great Luan Sect. The Sky Snake Sect and Spirit Sky Valley's experts were also looking at Dongli Qingqing. They were knowledgeable and had sharp eyes. They had also seen all the young experts in Kyushu. However, at this moment, they felt that the beautiful young lady gave them an unfathomable feeling. Her temperament was very special and her aura was very powerful. They were all surprised. Little girl, you dare to give orders to my Great Luan Sect? You're not strong enough. A middle-aged expert from the Great Luan Sect shouted. Today, the Great Luan Sect had suffered again and again. At this moment, a young lady had appeared and was actually so arrogant. She didn't even put the Great Luan Sect in her eyes. When he was fighting with his opponents earlier, he was also beaten up. At this moment, the resentment in his heart was naturally strong and he vented it all on Dongli Qingqing. Dongli Qingqing stood in the air and looked straight at the middle-aged expert from the Great Luan Sect. She said, just based on this. As her voice fell, a token appeared in Dongli Qingqing's palm. It was very unique and it was emitting a bright green light. There was a special emblem on it that was similar to the Great Luan Sect's emblem. It was ancient and looked like an item from the ancient era. Looking at the token, the Great Luan Sect's experts looked at each other. Not many of them were moved, but they were surprised. Only Dongli Qihuang's gaze was fixed on the token in Dongli Qingqing's hand. Little girl, you're courting death. How dare you be so arrogant in my Great Luan Sect? The middle-aged expert shouted coldly with a gloomy expression. He didn't put the token in his eyes at all and completely ignored it. Insolent servant, are you rebelling? Dongli Qingqing's expression was cold and her voice was clear and sharp. Her eyes began to shine with a bright green light. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. What kind of woman was this? She actually dared to say that the Great Luan sect's people were her servants. Such words were so domineering that even the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, hadn't said them just now. "Little girl, are you talking about me?" The middle-aged expert's gaze was so cold that it reached the point of ice. He looked straight at Dongli Qingqing with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. In any case, he was a peak expert who had 1 foot in the sealed domain realm and was one of the great elders of the Great Luan sect. How could he not be angry when he was ignored by a little girl? "With your cultivation, you don't even qualify to be a servant. At most, you can only be the lowest servant." Dongli Qingqing spoke. She did not mind the middle-aged man's murderous intent at all. It was as if she did not care at all. Her entire body was still filled with vitality, causing the world around her to seem as if it was bathing in the spring breeze. There was naturally a great pressure that caused the expressions of many experts to change. "Little girl, you're dead." The middle-aged man finally couldn't restrain himself. If he were facing the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, or the young supreme being from the golden-winged Great Ping clan, it would be one thing. But at this moment, even a little girl who had come out of nowhere dared to humiliate him like this, not putting him in her eyes at all. He couldn't endure it any longer. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged and the mysterious runes on his talisman shone brightly like divine light fluctuations. With a terrifying momentum, he channeled the energy of the world and condensed it into an energy arrow that pierced through the void and shot towards Dongli Qingqing. The middle-aged man wanted to kill the little girl in front of him to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. He wanted to kill the little girl to vent today's grievances and anger. However, at this moment, under everyone's gazes, the arrow of light that the middle-aged man had condensed directly shot into Dongli Qingqing's forehead. However, as the space rippled, Dongli Qingqing had already vanished from where she was. She had vanished without a sound. Before anyone could react, a dazzling green light bloomed beside the middle-aged man, revealing Dongli Qingqing's slender figure. Chapter 1500. Dongli Qingqing waved her hand, and a jade-green fingerprint flew out and landed between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. Qi La, the middle-aged man had a defense, but in the face of the sparkling finger, his defense was completely useless. The fingerprint flew into his eyebrows and devoured his life force, destroying everything. In an instant, the middle-aged man's hair turned white and his skin withered. It was as if his blood was sucked dry and his life force was devoured. Then, his body began to shrivel and shrivel. Finally, he fell from the sky and turned into a withered corpse on the ground. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that the Great Luan sect ancestors could not stop it in time. At this moment, many of the experts in the surroundings were shocked. Many experts were well aware of the middle-aged man's cultivation and strength, but he had been killed so easily by the beautiful woman. That young woman was actually so valiant, so terrifying. In just one day, several terrifying young people had appeared in the Great Luan sect. It was already frightening enough. She has become much stronger. It seems to be the same path, but it's a little different. Du Xiaofu had been paying attention and was a little surprised to see Dongli Qingqing's current cultivation and strength. However, Du Xiaofu did not find it too strange. He knew Dongli Qingqing's talent better than anyone. "Young man, who are you? You have to pay the price for killing my Great Luan sect's people. Tell me, who are your seniors?" In the Great Luan sect, the Ming Su domain master, who had been fighting with Elder Jialo Yi, asked. He was the strongest Great Luan sect ancestors aside from the ancient ancestor. At this moment, the Ming Su domain master's eyes flickered. The Great Luan sect had enough trouble today. Such a young woman must have an extraordinary background. Therefore, Ming Su did not want to provoke any more strong enemies. Otherwise, he would not have such a temper and would have attacked long ago. "How dare you be impudent as a servant? Your cultivation is not bad. Don't make me cripple you." Dongli Qingqing berated. Her voice was clear and cold, as if she was a noble spirit of this world, not allowing anyone to offend her. Ming Su's expression changed. He was the ancestor of the Great Luan sect and had a powerful cultivation. In front of all the major forces in Kyushu, that little girl did not even put him in her eyes. Not only did this put him on the spot, it also made him angry. Do you want to attack me? Do you think your cultivation is strong enough? Do you think the Great Will sect is yours? Did no one tell you that you're just a servant? Being disrespectful to His Majesty is a serious crime that deserves death. Dongli Qingqing spoke in a domineering manner. Her beautiful eyes flickered with an indescribable tyrannical aura. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He felt the change in Dongli Qingqing. Compared to before, there was an additional fierceness and dominance. She is so domineering. Yi Zijin spoke as she looked at the beautiful girl who was about the same age as her. Her domineering aura caused Yi Zijin's heart to be filled with fear and envy. Ming Su was completely enraged. Light flashed in his eyes as if he was about to attack at any moment. He was one of the ancestors of the Great Luan sect. Once he walked out, the entire Kyushu would change color. He could make the entire Kyushu tremble with a stomp of his feet. He had lived for a long time. However, Ming Su did not expect that a little girl would look down on him and even treat him as a servant. Little girl, I don't care where you come from or who is behind you. Today, I will suppress you. Ming Su finally attacked. He could not bear it any longer. If he did not attack this little girl today, how could he have the face to stand in Kyushu in the future? Boom! As Ming Su spoke, he raised his hand and the mysterious runes on the talisman condensed into a ray of divine light that pierced through the space. Swish, the ray of light was like a rainbow, carrying a boundless mist. It was so powerful that it suppressed the heavens and the earth. Even a sealed region cultivator would not be able to resist it. This kind of aura might even surpass that of a large region. The terrifying ray of energy pierced through the space and swept towards Dongli Qingqing with unparalleled power. That terrifying aura caused Du Xiaofu to be on tenterhooks for Dongli Qingqing. He felt powerless even if he wanted to help. However, Du Xiaofu guessed that Dongli Qingqing had come in such a powerful manner because she had something to rely on. Swish! At that moment, a figure silently appeared in front of Dongli Qingqing. He quickly waved his hand and light rippled from his body. Swish! At this moment, the energy pillar that had rushed over with lightning-like speed directly froze in front of that figure. It was as though the surrounding space had been sealed and solidified. After which, that frightening energy pillar actually automatically disappeared. A servant dares to be impudent to his master. Looks like the Great Luan sect doesn't know their place. As a cold voice sounded out, the figure raised his hand and slapped. Boom! When the slap appeared, the entire Great Luan sect trembled. It was as if something had melted into the space. Then, a dazzling light was released. In a split second, a palm print appeared on Ming Su's face. Pa! The crisp sound of the slap was like thunder. Under the dazed gazes of the crowd, Ming Su spat out a mouthful of blood and an old tooth. His body flew backwards and landed on the messy ground. Ming Su, the ancestor of the Great Luan sect. Although he was at a disadvantage in the fight with the elite from the Great Golden-Winged Rock clan, he was still a terrifying figure who could fight with the elite from the Great Golden-Winged Rock clan head-on. However, at that moment, the ancestor of the Great Luan sect, Ming Su, had been slapped down by someone. When the scene unfolded before their eyes, everyone was dumbfounded. They trembled and found it difficult to breathe. It was too unbelievable. At that moment, even 4th Elder Jialo Yi and 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu raised their eyebrows. The strength of the old woman had attracted their attention. Numerous gazes immediately landed on the figure who had made the move as though they had been electrocuted. Under the gazes of the crowd, the figure that had appeared beside Dongli Qingqing was a staggering old woman. She was very old, but her eyes were so deep that no one dared to look at her directly. "It's her." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew the old woman. She was Dongli Qingqing's master. They had first met in the Savage Beast mountain range and had interacted with each other after that. However, Du Xiaofu had never expected that the old woman's strength would be so terrifying. The experts of the Great Luan sect were as silent as cicadas in winter as they looked at the old woman. The ancestor had been slapped down by a single slap. How terrifying was that old woman? The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix stared at the sky. Her beautiful eyes were twitching violently at this moment. Ming Su flew out from the ruins. He was in an extremely sorry state. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood and there was a bright red palm print on his face. Ming Su's entire face was swollen. At his level of cultivation, his physical body was extremely tough. But now, his face was swollen from a single slap. He spat out blood and his old teeth fell out. This proved that the slap was definitely not a simple one. After the old woman made her move, she ignored Ming Su on the ground and the many experts from the Great Luan sect. Instead, she looked towards the sky and spoke in an indifferent voice, "The only way to deal with the other party is to fight to the death. You have already finished fighting. Why are you still not showing yourself? The battle has already ended. The battle below seems to be almost over as well." The voice of the third elder of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan came from the sea of clouds. Golden light poured down and covered the sky. His domineering aura caused the demonic beasts inside and outside the Great Luan sect to tremble and the experts to go weak. His figure then appeared in the sky. "Has their battle ended?" someone asked. He wanted to know the result. He didn't know who had won between the strongest expert of the Great Luan sect and the expert of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan. Du Xiaofu looked at the third elder. The third elder transmitted a message to his ear. "The expert of the Great Luan sect is not weak. He can fight with me and has many tricks and treasures. However, if I go all out, even if I can't kill him, I can at least make him pay a huge price. The strongest is the old woman in front of us. I have already sensed her aura, so I didn't fight with the expert of the Great Luan sect to prevent others from taking advantage of us. Act according to the situation. With us here, you don't have to worry about anything." Walala, as the third elder's voice fell in Du Xiaofu's ears, the golden light disappeared. Then, divine light fluctuated in the sky and the huge figure of the Great Luan sect's ancient ancestor appeared. That enormous figure brought with it a terrifying pressure that could crush the heavens. However, that pressure was slowly being restrained, and in the end, it turned into an extremely old man. The old man looked old, but he had white hair and a youthful face. When he opened and closed his eyes, divine light flickered like the sun. He was very powerful. At this moment, the old woman, the third elder of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan and the ancient ancestor of the Great Luan sect were floating in the sky. The atmosphere around them froze and made people feel weak. The ancient ancestor of the Great Luan sect appeared. When he saw Ming Su, who had been slapped down by the old woman, his expression changed. He looked at the old woman and Dongli Qingqing. He seemed to have felt something and his expression changed again. However, he didn't show it on his face. He asked the old woman, "Who are you? You came to my Great Luan sect and hurt my disciple. Are you going overboard? Do you think you didn't hear what I just said? Is the Great Luan sect going to rebel?" Dongli Qingqing walked out and stared at the ancestor of the Great Luan sect. Even in the face of such a strong cultivator, her eyes were still sharp and aggressive. She didn't fear him at all, as if she was an emperor facing her servants. The old man's eyes twitched. He was the 100-will ancestor of the Great Luan sect. Naturally, he knew what had happened below. There were some things that no more than 3 people in the Great Luan sect knew about, and he was one of them. In fact, he had only heard about those things like legends and had never come into contact with them. Chapter 1501. Could it be that you are? 100 Wheel's old ancestor looked at Dongli Qingqing. That aura made him tremble. The Xian Qi in his body was also affected, as though he had met a king. According to the news that 100 Wheel's old ancestor heard, that clan had long been exterminated from this world. Why would someone appear at this moment? This made him very shocked and surprised. Do you think that my clan no longer exists? Even if my clan no longer exists, Great Will sect will forever be my clan's servant. Dongli Qingqing took out the token again. It was filled with an ancient aura. 100 Wheel's old ancestor was the most ancient ancestor of Great Will sect. He naturally knew the origins of that token. But for so many years, Great Will sect had never received any restrictions. Now that clan suddenly appeared, 100 Wheel's old ancestor's heart suddenly became complicated. At his level, who would want to be restricted and become a servant? A token doesn't mean anything. I have heard of the existence of that clan. But just based on a token that doesn't mean anything, I'm afraid it can't prove your identity. The 100 Will old ancestor spoke. He had heard of the legends of that clan before. It was a terrifying clan. Although it no longer existed, the Great Will sect was a servant of that clan. Their prestige was still there, and they were still intimidating. He was completely unsure of the depths of that clan. So 100 Wheel's old ancestor didn't dare to express anything too clearly. But if someone wanted him to be a servant, he definitely wouldn't be willing. My identity doesn't need to be proven. You are trying to rebel. Dongli Qingqing said. She had a majestic aura. She stood in the air. Just one side of the story and a token that doesn't lose face. Naturally, I have to be suspicious. If anyone comes with a token and says that they are the descendant of that clan, should this old man believe it? 100 Wheel's old ancestor asked. His eyes opened and closed, shining with divine light. The token represents the dignity of my clan. You don't follow the token, which means you don't respect your original master. I have the right to punish you. Dongli Qingqing scolded. Her expression was cold. That clan has existed for a very long time. In fact, I've only heard of it. Speaking of which, even if you're real, I'm afraid we're not related to each other. 100 Will ancestor spoke. His meaning was clear. It had been a long time. Even if Great Will sect was a servant of that clan, it had been a long time. He had only heard of the existence of that clan. Speaking of it, he had no relationship with that clan, so he was naturally no longer a servant. The technique you're cultivating and the Upanishads you've learned are all from our tribe. You're our servant. If you want to leave, I won't force you to stay. Destroy your cultivation and you can leave. Dongli Qingqing was currently facing 100 Will old ancestor. Her hair danced in the wind, and her eyes revealed a cold smile. Her lithe and graceful body was suffused with a green luster, making her look like a fairy in a dream. You're messing with me. 100 Will old ancestor's face darkened. As the Great Will sect's ancient ancestor, he had cultivated for thousands of years. At this moment, he was being ignored and even suppressed by a junior. Naturally, he had to endure it. Enough. The old woman spoke. She looked at 100 Will old ancestor coldly and said, "Don't you want to prove yourself? I'll give you a chance to attack." Looking at the old woman's gaze, 100 Will old ancestor didn't know why, but his heart trembled. At his level, if those old guys in the entire 9 regions were still in a deep sleep to maintain their vitality and were still alive in the end, there would be someone who could contend with him. But even so, 100 Will old ancestor didn't need to fear anyone in Kyushu. But at this moment, facing the light in the old woman's eyes, 100 Will old ancestor's heart trembled. At this moment, he shouldn't have such a state of mind. Hundred-wheel-old ancestor immediately calmed himself down. His eyes flickered, but then a divine light gushed out. He looked at the old woman and nodded, "All right. Enough nonsense. I'll let you attack first. If I attack, you won't even have a chance to fight back." The old woman's gaze was cold as she coldly glanced at hundred-wheel-old ancestor. Who is that old woman? She doesn't even put the great Luan sect's ancient ancestor in her eyes. The surrounding experts were all frightened. In Kyushu, who dared to not look down on the great Luan sect's ancient ancestor? But the old woman didn't just look down on hundred-wheel-old ancestor, she also looked down on him. Hundred-wheel-old ancestor's expression became ugly. Without hesitation, his chi surged and his body rose up. Divine light shone brightly and the surrounding space froze. There was the sound of wind and thunder, as if it came from ancient times. It had a desolate and ancient aura, but also a kind of vitality. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended and enveloped the area, causing the earth to tremble. Inside and outside the great Luan sect, everyone was trembling. Many people couldn't help but tremble. Ancient ancestor, show off our sect's might. Some of the great Luan sect's disciples seemed to be attracted by something and knelt down in worship. Take this, hundred-wheel divine seal. The hundred-wheel-old ancestor made his move. His entire body glowed, and in an instant, his body turned into a giant. Strands of divine light accompanied by waves of vitality gushed out from the heavens and earth. His might shook the heavens and earth. The giant body waved his hand, and in the end, a resplendent handprint reached out from the depths of the firmament. This resplendent handprint was like the wrath of a god. It wanted to destroy everything in the world with a single palm strike, to destroy all life in the world. At this moment, the surrounding space froze. But inside and outside the great Luan sect, the earth and mountains were still shaking and the abyss was shifting. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning flashed and thunder roared. That handprint of the god seemed to contain all spirits. It suppressed the world, causing the earth and the firmament to tremble. Around the handprint, there were obvious pitch-black cracks in the space. They spread across the sky like a spider web, as if the entire sky had been shattered. This scene was too terrifying. Oh my God, how terrifying! The surrounding experts were trembling in fear. Under the terrifying handprint, a huge pressure suddenly filled the air inside and outside the great Luan sect. The terrifying pressure swept out in all directions, shaking tens of thousands of miles. It was as if the entire central region was shaking. Such terrifying power. What level has it reached? Some of the elders felt a chill run down their spines. Under that terrifying pressure, they were unable to withstand it. Inside and outside the great Luan sect, everyone's chest heaved up and down violently. They gasped. Even the primordial spirit beast souls were filled with fear. The space was still frozen. If not for the frozen space, hundred-wheel-old ancestor did not want to destroy the entire great Luan sect. Under this handprint, all the living things inside and outside the great Luan sect would have been destroyed. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Such terrifying power was not to be underestimated. The great Luan sect was able to stand tall in central region and not fall because they had something to rely on. But at this moment, the old woman did not have any reaction. Looking at the incoming handprint, she stretched out her hand slightly. Mysterious runes shot out from her palm and turned into a strange whirlpool. Buzz buzz. Around the whirlpool, a strange phenomenon appeared. It rippled and swallowed everything. The void whirlpool didn't seem big, but what happened next was shocking. The void whirlpool swallowed the terrifying palm print directly. Rumble, the two collided. Runes shone brightly and splashed in all directions. There was a rumbling sound that resonated with heaven and earth. Walala, the whirlpool was too terrifying. Layers of mysterious runes erupted and swallowed the handprint that was powerful enough to destroy the surrounding space. Finally, the runes were destroyed and everything was swallowed up. The 9 Revolution Divine Will Technique. You're only practicing an incomplete version. You're just a half-step domain expert. You're nothing in my eyes. Even if you've reached the true domain realm, you're still weak. As the old woman spoke, the indestructible void vortex trembled and also turned into a palm that shot out like lightning. There wasn't much pressure, but as the divine light in the eyes of the 100-wheel ancestor was filled with fear, it suddenly swept towards his chest. Bang! 100-wheel old ancestor's heart made a muffled sound. His huge body was destroyed and he returned to his original size. He spat out blood and his hair was messy. Instantly, his face turned pale. The Great Will Sect old ancestor has already reached the half-step to the domain realm, but he was unable to withstand a single blow from the old woman. She is a peerless expert. The experts in the distance were shocked. The words, half-step to the domain realm, were enough to intimidate Kyushu. At this moment, a half-step to the domain realm expert was unable to withstand a single blow from the old woman. How terrifying was that? That old woman is not simple. Her cultivation level is at least the same as the Great Elder's, or perhaps even higher. The third Elder's voice rang in Du Xiaofu's ears. I wonder what level the Great Elder's cultivation has reached? Du Xiaofu asked. At this moment, he was deeply shocked. Initial domain realm, sealed domain realm, great domain realm, bounded domain realm, and finally the domain realm. The Great Will Sect old ancestor was at the half-step to the domain realm. Although it was not the real domain realm, it was a world of difference compared to the peak of the bounded domain realm. The Great Elder has recently stepped into the Overlord region. The third Elder's voice rang again. Overlord region. Du Xiaofu muttered. That was a level above the domain realm. It was equivalent to a legend. In this world, how many people could reach that level? Then, Du Xiaofu frowned. The Great Elder was at the Overlord region. Previously, when he met the 9 demon emperors outside the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan, they were at least at the Overlord region to be able to fight against the Great Elder. Moreover, he was only the 9th demon emperor. There were 8 more powerful demon emperors before him. How powerful were they? The strength of the devil religion was too strong. The third elder sighed and said to Du Xiaofu, the second elder has already stepped into the domain realm for many years. I am the only one who has not been able to comprehend wholeheartedly because of mundane matters. If the second elder was here today, you would have an easier time. I am sorry to have troubled the third elder. Du Xiaofu replied. Then, he made a comparison. The third elder should be at the peak of the domain realm. However, he was able to fight against the Great Luan Sect's old ancestor who was half a step into the domain realm. This was already terrifying enough. At the domain realm, or the level between the domain realm and the domain realm, it was a huge gap. If an ordinary person wanted to fight against someone of a higher realm, it was tantamount to reaching the heavens. However, the third elder was able to fight the Great Luan Sect's old ancestor to a standstill. It seemed that he was able to injure the Great Luan Sect's old ancestor severely. This was enough to prove how terrifying the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan was. Are you rebelling? Do you want me to kill you today? Or do you want me to recognize you as my master? The old lady spoke and looked directly at the 100 Wheels old ancestor. Her eyes were cold. At this moment, if the 100 Wheels old ancestor shook his head, he would immediately be killed by the old lady. That old lady was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Chapter 1502. The 100-wheel old ancestor was shrouded in divine light as he looked at the old woman and Dongli Qingqing. Finally, he bowed to Dongli Qingqing and said, 100-wheel greets young Mississippi, what about you guys? The old woman looked at the disciples of the Great Will Sect. Her voice wasn't loud, but it made their hearts tremble. "Greetings, young miss." Voices gathered inside and outside the Great Will sect and soared into the sky. Although the disciples of the Great Will sect didn't know what was going on, they didn't dare to resist since the ancient ancestor had already acknowledged her as his master. They saw that the old woman was able to injure the ancient ancestor in one move. Facing the bloody massacre of the desolate country alliance, they also hoped that the old woman could resist the demon king Du Xiaofu. Ming Su, Dao Su, and the others also bowed their heads. Although they were unwilling, they couldn't say anything since the 100-will ancient ancestor had already bowed his head. Dongli Qihuang's eyes flickered as he sized up Dongli Qingqing. "Oh my god, the Great Will sect is only that woman's servant. What's going on?" The experts in the surroundings were shocked. Everything had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Great Will sect that stood tall in the central region was only someone's servant. What kind of mysterious and terrifying background did that beautiful woman have? However, to the Sky Snake sect in Spirit Sky Valley, this scene caused their expressions to turn ugly. That mysterious beautiful woman was obviously related to Du Xiaofu. Now that the ancient ancestor of the Great Will sect had acknowledged her as his master, once the Great Will sect withdrew, the Sky Snake sect and Spirit Sky Valley wouldn't be able to stop the demon king Du Xiaofu. That clan still has a bloodline. The third elder of the golden-winged Great Rock clan said softly. He seemed to know something, which made him even more surprised. Du Xiaofu looked at everything that had happened. It was also beyond his expectations. He had never thought that the Great Will sect was related to Dongli Qingqing. The dignified Great Luan sect was only a servant of her clan. Back in the Sky Thunder Mountain Range, Du Xiaofu had heard from Fui Bai that the ancestor of the Great Will sect had a master back then. From the looks of it, Fui Bai was referring to the people of Dongli Qingqing's clan. So the Great Will sect is just a servant. What a bunch of bullshit. Du Xiaoqing spoke with a loud voice. It was as if she was doing this on purpose, spreading throughout the Great Will sect. This caused the faces of the Great Will sect's experts to turn ugly. Many of them glared at Du Xiaoqing. However, Du Xiaoqing did not care at all. She did not care about the gazes around her. She rushed to the front of Dongli Qingqing and said, "Sister Qingqing, your servant Dongli Xiaoniao has repeatedly gone against my brother. He killed the disciples of the desolate country, the heavenly beast hall, and the world society. Can you execute him?" After hearing Du Xiaoqing's words and seeing that Du Xiaoqing and the mysterious beauty clearly had an extraordinary relationship, the faces of the people of the Great Will sect turned even uglier. Even Dongli Qihuang's face twitched violently. "It's her. I never thought that she would have such a background." Shui Ruhan and many others had been looking at Dongli Qingqing. Back in the Tianhuang mainland, many of them had seen her appear beside Du Xiaofu. Back then, no one had thought that the woman would be the sect leader of the Great Will sect. Dongli Qingqing smiled at Du Xiaoqing. She then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Xiaofu, I will give you an explanation for the grudge between you and the Great Will sect. However, can you retreat first?" Du Xiaofu looked around. The battle in the sky was still raging. The strongest experts of the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Sky sect were still fighting with the experts of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. His eldest brother, Zhen Qingchun, had used the 6-will blood-killing array to fight against the elite from the Great Will sect. The Great Will sect has repeatedly killed the disciples of the desolate country. You need to give me an explanation now. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly at Dongli Qingqing and shook his head. Back then, the Great Will sect had supported Qing Fanshi of the Stone Dragon Empire and started a massacre in the Stone City. After that, the Great Will sect had repeatedly targeted him. This time, the Great Will sect had plotted against him several times. The Great Will sect had plotted against him several times. The Great Will sect had dyed the central region's long river with blood. This made Du Xiaofu unable to retreat. "Kid, you seem to have improved a lot in these years. However, retreat. With the people behind you, you won't be able to touch the Great Will sect today. The old woman said. The Great Will sect had already recognized a master. She had to protect the Great Will sect. She had seen Du Xiaofu and secretly observed him. However, she was still very shocked at this moment. Hearing the old woman's words, the 100 Will sect leader smiled secretly. Everything was as he had expected. Today, my golden-winged Great Rock clan wants to touch the Great Will sect. So what? The third elder said. He knew that the old woman's cultivation was powerful. However, he was fearless and did not back down. Golden-winged Great Rock clan. The old woman looked at the third elder. Her eyes were filled with emotions. She knew that the clan was powerful and terrifying. Back in the Savage Beast Mountain Range, she had wanted to obtain the bones and blood of the golden-winged Great Rock for her disciple. However, the mysterious woman had intervened. Her strength was so strong that she could not do anything. She had calculated everything and divined the mysteries of the heavens, but she had not divined that the mysterious woman would intervene. Her efforts had been in vain. The mysterious woman was too terrifying. Even when she had divined the mysteries of the heavens, she had not been able to divine her figure. The golden-winged Great Rock clan is very powerful. However, you don't seem to be enough. The old woman looked at the third elder and saw his cultivation level. I know the origin of your clan. Even when your clan was at its peak, you had to back down in front of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Not to mention now. The third elder's eyes flickered with golden light. As a member of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he did not fear any force in the world. Hearing this, the old woman's eyes were filled with emotions. She knew how domineering the golden-winged Great Rock clan was. Even if they did not fear these golden-winged Great Rock clans today, they would probably attract even more powerful golden-winged Great Rock clans. With the current situation of the clan, it was indeed impossible for them to fight against the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. Xiaofu, how do you want me to explain myself to you? Do you really want me to fight to the end? Dongli Qingqing opened her mouth. Her tall and graceful figure was enshrouded by the green light around her body. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. The Great Luan sect was left behind by her clan. At this moment, she could not bear to see the Great Luan sect being destroyed. However, she did not want to fight with him. Her fairy-like face was carved with beautiful facial features. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a green light. She also saw Yi Zijin, Ouyang Shuang, and the enchanting woman behind Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qingqing. The Great Luan sect was left behind by her clan. Could it be that they were really going to fight to the end today? That terrifying old woman would definitely not stand by and watch. If they continued to fight, they would not be able to gain any advantage. I can retreat before the Great Luan sect. However, Dongli Qihuang must die today. Du Xiaofu said. This was the bottom line. The main culprit was Dongli Qihuang. He was a remnant soul that had lived 2 lives. He must be destroyed. Hearing this, Dongli Qingqing looked at Dongli Qihuang. Everyone looked at Dongli Qihuang. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's face continued to darken. It was getting uglier and uglier. It stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1503. Dongli Qihuang is the reincarnated saint of the Great Luan sect. He has already achieved nirvana. Do you think you can touch him just because you want to? The 100-wheel ancestor spoke. His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. His gaze swept across the old woman and Dongli Qingqing. The old woman's expression changed slightly, but she did not seem too surprised. She had already heard about it. Du Xiaofu, do you think you are qualified to kill me? Do you really think that the golden-winged Great Rock clan is invincible? In this world, the golden-winged Great Rock clan is not necessarily invincible. Dongli Qihuang glared at Du Xiaofu. The coldness in his eyes was not concealed. Dongli Qingqing looked at Dongli Qihuang. She could feel the coldness in his eyes and the murderous intent in his body. Her red lips parted slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from not far away. "Excuse me, everyone. Allow me to say two things. These are related to the Great Luan sect. Please forgive me." The voice came from Qing Xingnan. Her beautiful figure walked out. She looked holy and noble. She opened her mouth slightly and said, "My third brother Qing Chao is not qualified to be the leader of the Great Luan sect in terms of talent or cultivation. I hereby withdraw from the Great Luan sect. I have devoted myself to cultivation and have cut off all worldly affairs. I have let senior brother Dongli down. I do not want to delay senior brother Dongli any longer. Therefore, the engagement is annulled. I hope senior brother Dongli can find another wife." As Qing Xingnan finished speaking, she bowed deeply. The surroundings were silent. Everyone could tell that Qing Xingnan of the Divine Light Court wanted to leave with Qing Chao. He also wanted to annul the engagement with Dongli Qihuang. He did not want to have anything to do with the Great Luan sect. Dongli Qihuang was already sullen enough today. Now that Qing Xingnan had annulled the engagement, it was no doubt rubbing salt on the wound. Qing Chao was beside Qing Xingnan. At this moment, his body was trembling and his eyes were lifeless. Everything that had happened today was beyond Qing Chao's imagination. He was still unable to calm down. Dongli Qihuang's engagement was annulled. I heard that back then, Qing Xingnan and the Demon King Du Xiaofu had quite a lot of connections. If not for the appearance of Dongli Qihuang, I'm afraid that Qing Xingnan would have become the emperor of the desolate country. The tragic Dongli Qihuang is really unlucky today. The discussions in the surrounding crowd could not escape the primordial spirits of many powerhouses present. They could hear them clearly. The corners of Dongli Qihuang's eyes twitched as he stared at Qing Xingnan. His body trembled slightly. Being rejected in front of Kyushu was tantamount to slapping his face. Today, at the Great Luan sect, he had been waiting to kill Du Xiaofu and make his name known to Kyushu. He also wanted to let Qing Xingnan know that Du Xiaofu was just a stepping stone for him. However, from the beginning until now, everything had been the opposite of what he had expected. He had been trampled on by Du Xiaofu's people and now his engagement was annulled in front of everyone. He had lived 2 lives and was a top powerhouse above Kyushu in his previous life. However, he had never been in such a sorry state before. Back then, I thought that the Great Luan sect was great and that Dongli Qihuang was extraordinary. I abandoned my brother and got engaged to Dongli Qihuang. Now I know that the Great Luan sect is just Sister Qingqing's servant and that Dongli Qihuang is just a piece of trash that can't withstand a single blow. Is that why the engagement was annulled? Don't tell me that you want to go back to my brother. Du Xiaoqing said loudly. She did not like the Qing family and Qing Xingnan the most. At this moment, she did not hold back. There seems to be a story. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qihuang, and Qing Xingnan. This guy must have a lot of stories. Mu Jianchen, Bailey Wuya, and Yuzheng Tongxian looked at each other and smiled secretly. Su Muxin and Dongli Qingqing also looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly, but then calmed down. The haze in his heart had long been clear and he had let go of it for a long time. Qing Xingnan looked at Du Xiaoqing. Facing such words, he sighed slightly and did not say anything in the end. Qing Xingnan is useless and cowardly. He is indeed not worthy to be the sect leader of the Great Luan sect. As a disciple of the Divine Light Court, Qing Xingnan is associated with the devil religion. Annulling the engagement is in line with the will of the Great Luan sect. Ancestor Daoshu said. His voice was calm, but there was a majesty in it. Everyone could hear the displeasure in his heart. Today, the Great Luan sect had been slapped in the face enough. In the end, Dongli Chihuang's engagement was annulled. This was undoubtedly a sign that the Great Luan sect was going to decline. Is our Great Luan sect really going to decline? An elder of the Great Luan sect sighed. His face was pale and lifeless. Everything that had happened today proved that the Great Luan sect that stood tall in the central region had also begun to decline. Today, the Great Luan sect must give us an explanation. Whether or not the engagement is annulled has nothing to do with us. Let's talk about it later. The Rock Emperor has already said that Dongli Chihuang must die. I'm afraid he won't have the life to get married. Zhu Shui's beautiful figure slowly walked out and said when she saw that many people were looking at Qing Shengnan, Dongli Chihuang, and Du Xiaofu in surprise. Zhu Shui did not want to embarrass Du Xiaofu. At this moment, her face was cold. Although it was not as exquisite as Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin's charm, or Ouyang Shuang's beauty, she was still beautiful. She had her own temperament that could move one's heart and soul. Bitch, how dare you speak nonsense? You're courting death. Dongli Chihuang, who could not find a way to vent his anger, stared at Zhu Shui. He did not care about Zhu Shui at all. Bastard, you should be the one to die. How dare you touch her? Du Xiaofu spoke. He stood in front of Zhu Shui and stared coldly at Dongli Chihuang. Du Xiaofu, do you really think you can deal with me? In the past, you relied on women. Now, you rely on the golden-winged Great Rock clan. You rely on the various powers to work for you. But who do you think you are? Do you dare to touch my Great Luan sect by yourself? Dongli Chihuang stared coldly at Du Xiaofu and shouted. If he put everything aside, how could a small desolate country dare to touch his Great Luan sect? Today, the Great Luan sect was defeated. Dongli Chihuang was filled with hatred and unwillingness. He felt that he did not lose to Du Xiaofu but to the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Dongli Chihuang, do you think I can't destroy the Great Luan sect? I changed my mind not to destroy the Great Luan sect because the Great Luan sect is the servant of my, Du Xiaofu's, woman. If I want to destroy you, someone will have to pay the price for my desolate country's disciples. I don't feel at ease letting someone like you stay by my woman's side. Sooner or later, you will bite your master. I should kill you as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu spoke. The golden-winged Great Rock clan behind him spread out, and his eyes shot out golden light. SS. Not far behind Du Xiaofu, the 4 Snake Race King-level skeletal puppets that had secretly entered the Heavenly Alliance's army and started a massacre were coiled up like huge dragons. On one of the heads of the 3-headed sea dragon snake in the middle, there was a tiny figure. That was a terrifying puppet. In the bloody battle, not a single person who encountered that puppet managed to escape. They were all killed because it was the Yin Thunder Centipede. Demon King, Du Xiaofu's woman. Everyone was stunned. The amount of information contained in Du Xiaofu's words was too much. She's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's woman. After the crowd pondered for a while, they turned to look at Dongli Qingqing curiously. Du Xiaofu massacred the Great Luan sect. Isn't this like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? There were people who discussed in low voices, feeling extremely shocked. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Su Muxin, Tang Meiling, Ji Jiyan, Zhu Shui, and the others looked at Dongli Qingqing in astonishment. Their gazes were somewhat special. Dongli Chihuang was also stunned. His eyes twitched fiercely. This was the thing that he had not expected the most. The old lady, 100-wheel-old ancestor, Daoshu-old ancestor, and the others were also stunned at this moment. Then, their expressions changed. The descendant of that clan is barely worthy of the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. The 5th elder, Jialo Yuantu, nodded with interest. His voice was very loud, and many people could hear it clearly. Xiaofu. What nonsense are you talking about? In the air, Dongli Qingqing was stunned for a while. There was a strange fluctuation in the depths of her eyes. Isn't that bewitching woman by his side? Why is he still saying these things? Could it be that he already knows what happened after he was affected by the illusion? Thinking of this, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful face instantly flushed red. The days in her heart also began to fade gradually. Those words made her shy, but she was extremely happy when she heard them. You are my woman. I have already said this in Tianhuang mainland. In my heart, this will not change. Du Xiaofu interrupted Dongli Qingqing's words. A faint smile spread across his face. Don't mention this again. Let's talk about it in the future. Dongli Qingqing's beautiful face flushed even redder. It was as if water could be squeezed out of it. Her gaze hinted at Du Xiaofu intentionally or unintentionally. Her master was still standing behind her, and she did not want to continue this topic with Du Xiaofu. Dongli Qingqing understood Du Xiaofu very well. Once that guy said something, he would not hide it. At that time, it would be even more embarrassing. Thinking that he might have known what happened after the illusion, Dongli Qingqing's face flushed even more. Alright, let's talk about these private matters when we get back. Du Xiaofu said very seriously. Looking at Dongli Qingqing, he said sternly, the Great Wu sect is your servant, so I can withdraw my troops today. However, this Dongli Qihuang is extremely vicious. He is full of evil tricks and is evil. I'm afraid he is not convinced by you. If there is a chance, he might take a bite out of you. I don't intend to let you keep a poisonous snake by your side. He also has to pay the price for the fallen disciples of the Huang country. Therefore, Dongli Qihuang must die today. The redness on Dongli Qingqing's exquisite face gradually faded. She returned to normal and looked at Dongli Qihuang again. There must be a story. It would be strange if there wasn't. Looking at the conversation between Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, it would be strange if there wasn't a story. Cheng Shengnan looked at Dongli Qingqing. As a woman, she could feel that there was definitely an unusual relationship between the two of them. She was his woman. It was as if she had tacitly agreed to it. At this moment, for some reason, Cheng Shengnan felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 1504. She had clearly severed her ties with the mortal world and thought that she had let go of everything. But in reality, that was not the case. Cheng Shengnan recalled the time when they were separated in the dark forest. She had also confidently asked him to wait for her. But after that, everything had changed. They had drifted further and further apart. Now, they were like strangers. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Do you really think that my Great Luan sect is easy to bully? 100 Wheels' old ancestor could not help but roar. Du Xiaofu clearly had a close relationship with that bloodline woman. This was something that he had not expected. Get lost. If you are not convinced, speak with your fists. Third elder shouted at 100 Wheels' old ancestor. His overbearingness was even greater than fifth elder's. How about this, Dongli Qihuang and Du Xiaofu will fight to the death. After the battle, no matter who wins or loses, everyone will leave the Great Luan sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. The old woman spoke. Her gaze landed on Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qihuang. Deep in her eyes, there was a flicker of emotion. No problem, I agree. The Great Luan sect is my woman servant, so I can't do anything to them. However, I can't let the blood debt of the thousands of men in the desolate country go unavenged. I can't let my woman give the order to kill the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, so as a man, I have to settle it myself. Du Xiaofu nodded. In short, Dongli Qihuang could not be left alive today. He also had no intention of letting Dongli Qingqing give the order to kill him. Dongli Qingqing had just accepted the Great Luan sect. Naturally, there were people who were not convinced. Dongli Qihuang had a high position in the Great Luan sect. If Dongli Qingqing gave the order to kill him, there would be many changes in the Great Luan sect. The Great Luan sect's old ancestors and many experts were obviously afraid of the old woman's strength and had submitted to her. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that once there was a chance, those old fellows would immediately take action behind her back. Therefore, Du Xiaofu had the intention of personally dealing with Dongli Qihuang. The culprit behind all of this was Dongli Qihuang. This person was a huge trouble in the future. He must not be allowed to live today. Xiaofu, you can reconsider. Dongli Qingqing spoke. She understood her master, this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Her master wanted to use Dongli Qihuang to deal with Du Xiaofu. At the very least, it would serve as a probe. Dongli Qihuang had undergone nirvana. His talent was definitely not something that could be found in the same generation as the 9 great clans. She was afraid that he would suffer a loss. There's no need to reconsider. You have to believe that your man is very strong. It's just a small Dongli Qihuang. I have never placed him in my eyes. Du Xiaofu spoke and kept the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand. He looked as if he was going to deal with Dongli Qihuang with his bare hands. He did not put Dongli Qihuang in his eyes at all. Dongli Qingqing stomped her foot. Did that guy think his voice wasn't loud enough? She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. She didn't have the face to see anyone. That guy was getting more and more shameless. She didn't admit anything. However, Dongli Qingqing was relieved about Du Xiaofu's strength. That ferocious guy had never suffered a loss among his peers. He's getting more and more shameless. His skin is really thick. Ouyang Shuang stared at Du Xiaofu and pouted slightly. She seemed to be unhappy in her heart. It's really our third sister-in-law. Du looked at the sky and said to the people of the Du family. Third sister-in-law is really beautiful. After third brother marries her, he will definitely give birth to a few cute little guys for our Du family. Third brother's bloodline will definitely be abnormally strong. Du Shui said seriously. At this moment, the people of the Du family had already treated that exquisite and beautiful girl as a member of the Du family. Kiki, with a sinister smile, Dongli Qihuang looked coldly at Du Xiaofu. He wanted to kill the former, and now it was just as he wished. Today, he had lost all his face. It was all because of this brat in front of him. Dongli Qihuang could no longer suppress the coldness and killing intent in his heart. He said, "You're finally not hiding. Let's settle this in a battle. I'll give you this chance. There's no need for young clan leader to take action. Let me handle it." Jialo Jueyu said. He had already tested Dongli Qihuang. Although he was a nirvana supremacy, his strength was too weak. There was no need for young clan leader Du Xiaofu to take action. However, when Jialo Jueyu's words landed in Dongli Qihuang's ears, everything was different. Hearing Jialo Jueyu's words, Dongli Qihuang was almost certain that although Du Xiaofu was strong, he was definitely not stronger than the valiant youth of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Therefore, the valiant youth of the golden-winged Great Rock clan wanted to take action on behalf of Du Xiaofu. Ha ha ha, Du Xiaofu, you want to rely on others again? Don't tell me you don't even have the courage to fight me alone. Dongli Qihuang sneered loudly. Faintly, a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Divine light shot up into the sky, dazzling and resplendent. A terrifying pressure fluctuated in the air, intimidating Du Xiaofu. He sneered and said, "If you don't dare to fight me, then get lost. When you can rely on yourself to fight me, then come find me again." When Du Xiaofu heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and pointed at Dongli Qihuang. He cursed, "Fuck your grandmother, when did I say that I don't dare to fight? Stop talking nonsense. Is a nirvana supremacy that amazing? You've lived 2 lives, and you've reincarnated as a remnant soul. This proves that you weren't that strong in your previous life. Just wait for your death. Du Xiaofu's voice was very loud. It reverberated in the sky like thunder. Dongli Qi Huang, a Nirvana supremacy, was ravaged by the young man from the golden-winged rock race at the beginning. Then, he was blasted down by Du Xiaoyao's fist. That young man and Du Xiaoyao, one was a pure-blooded golden-winged rock, while the other was a red-bone horse monkey. Therefore, although everyone was shocked and Dongli Qi Huang was ravaged, no one dared to underestimate Dongli Qi Huang. After all, his opponent was not ordinary. It was rare to see a Nirvana supremacy in Kyushu. It was an existence that surpassed the heavens chosen. It was enough to instantly kill those of the same level. It was a kind of supremacy. Dongli Qi Huang was a terrifying expert in his previous life. After reincarnating, he was a Nirvana supremacy. Once he truly rose up in the future, he would be a terrifying expert that could shock Kyushu. He would be a peerless expert that Kyushu could not match. He was enough to create a glorious era. But now, that demon king, Du Xiaofu, did not put him in his eyes as usual. They can't avoid a battle in the end. I wonder who will win in the end. Among the human race, is there really someone of the same generation who can defeat a Nirvana supremacy? Everyone was talking. Dongli Qi Huang was being ravaged, but it was not from the human race. A Nirvana supremacy was rumored to be invincible among the human race. I want to kill that Dongli Qi Huang with my own hands. I can do it myself. It won't take much effort. Du Xiaofu said to Jialo Jueyu. He patted Jialo Jueyu's shoulder. He still did not put Dongli Qi Huang in his eyes. His tone was full of disdain. When Dongli Qi Huang heard Du Xiaofu's words, his eyes turned cold. All the humiliation he had suffered today were about to completely explode. He said coldly, Du Xiaofu, I will kill you today. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. You're already in such a sorry state, yet you still dare to be arrogant. Du Xiaofu said disdainfully. He stomped on the air and flew up. The golden wings on his back shone with golden light. His expression was calm, but there was a great majesty and domineering aura that made people's hearts tremble. Dongli Qi Huang and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. They are old enemies. In the end, they can't avoid a battle. I wonder who will win. The battle between the two of them will represent the peak of the Central State's younger generation. The experts in the surroundings spoke out. They were looking forward to the battle and couldn't take their eyes off it. Demon King, Du Xiaofu, Nirvana Dongli Qi Huang. This is the battle between the strongest of the younger generation in Kyushu. Mu Jianchen, Bailey Wuya, Feng Wuxia and the others spoke out. They had to admit that Dongli Qi Huang, who had undergone nirvana, was already the peak of the younger generation in the Central State. Only the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, could contend against him. The two of them could definitely represent the peak of the younger generation in Kyushu. The experts of the Great Luan sect and the desolate country also retreated. They tacitly left the battlefield to Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qi Huang. The few old ancestors of the Great Luan sect seemed to have great confidence in Dongli Qi Huang. At this moment, Dongli Qi Huang had great confidence in him. A Nirvana sovereign was absolutely invincible among the human race of the same generation. As for the golden-winged great rocks, the third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Jueyu and the others all had calm expressions on their faces. They all knew very well that the nirvana of the eastern departing Scarlet Phoenix was merely the nirvana of a lesser exalted. Jialo Jueyu was also a nirvana sovereign and possessed the true bone of the great golden-winged rock clan. He was a pure-blooded member of the great golden-winged rock clan and was the closest to successfully refining his divine body. However, he still couldn't withstand a single move from Du Xiaofu. Dongli Qi Huang was only a lesser nirvana sovereign. The experts of the great golden-winged rock clan already knew the outcome. That ignorant human was digging his own grave without knowing it. However, the people of the Du family and the world society were a little nervous. But when they saw that the experts of the great golden-winged rock clan weren't worried, their confidence increased greatly. Cheng Shengnan hadn't left yet. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at the two youths. Dongli Qihuang looked at Du Xiaofu, who was in the air, and didn't say anything. He didn't want to waste his breath. He wanted to prove everything with his strength and wash away all the previous humiliation. Boom! From Dongli Qihuang's body, a large amount of dazzling divine light erupted. It was like a radiant sun. A terrifying force surged into the sky, shattering the sky. 9 Revolution Divine Will Technique, Divine Will Exterminating All Lives. Dongli Qihuang shouted. His voice was like thunder. Runes surged into the sky. Divine light was resplendent, shattering the sky. In the end, it turned into a terrifying divine light vortex. That was the strongest 9 Revolution Divine Will technique of the Great Will sect. It was rumored that it was a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Rumble, the vortex gushed out and appeared in the sky. Divine light was resplendent inside. It was filled with astonishing vortexes that contained a mysterious power. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look at it directly. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.